Good morning, Angie. How you doing? Get a few more people in here if we can. If not, I'm gonna get into it anyway. Turn that down, my bad. Get a few more people in here if we can. If not, I'm just gonna get into it because I did a video about Dwayne Wade and his son slash daughter, whatever you want to call it. Did a video about it on the other channel that I had, and every time I would put it up, they would take it down. And I just went back and looked at it again, and I guess I see why they took it down. I guess so. 'Cause I was pretty upset. Um, I don't know, man. I just don't understand why it's. I'm trying to make sure I don't say the wrong thing. So um, it seems like certain messages that you try to put out, YouTube don't want you to put those messages out. Now I understand. It's something is actually listening to what you're saying as far as that computer or algorithm or whatever you're talking about. So that's why I'm gonna try to make sure I weigh my words. Um, Dwayne Wade, I feel like has failed us as a black man. I understand loving your child. I do understand that. And I understand loving your child unconditionally. I get that. But like I said, the video that I made that YouTube kept taking down, I feel like while I do understand Dwayne Wade wants to support his daughter slash son or his son, because I'm not gonna call his son his daughter. Wayne Wade's son, to me, isn't even old enough to know what he's doing. If I'm not mistaken, his son is about 12 or 13, and he already wants to identify himself as a female. Again, I'm watching what I say because I don't want to get taken down because it's happened before. So the most recent thing that's happened is now Dwayne Wade he tinted his hair red, I guess because his son tinted his hair red. His son wants to be classified as a woman. I don't agree with the fact that your son is 12 years old, 12 or 13. You should have a little bit more direction to be able to give your son other than promoting him identifying his sexuality. I don't have a problem with people of the LGBTQ community. I don't have a problem with that. If that's what you want to do, you knock yourself out. You do what you do. What's going on, Soul Alchemy? So I don't want to offend anybody who falls into that category. It's not something that I condone, but I'm not going to condemn it either. But I feel like what Dwayne Wade is doing without knowing, he's condoning his son wanting to be part of that community at such a young age. The problem I have with it is, listen, D Wade, you have the same way you have a responsibility to your children. You being a superstar, you have a responsibility to your community as well. You're going to make other little boys think that that's okay to be that way. And I'm sorry to say, but it's not okay for little boys to be that way. It's not okay. Your son slash daughter will end up going to school. And um, let's think about that impressionable child. You know, everybody matures at a different rate, right? So if your son, whom again is 12 or 13, and already at 12 or 13, his mind is already on the subject of sexuality, which which I can imagine, I can remember at 12 and 13, I was thinking about sex too, but I was thinking about sex with a girl, which is what we deem as normal, right? He's thinking about sex with people of his own sexual, you know, with men. I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch my words again. I don't want YouTube to hit the video, so that's why I'm not even talking as loud as I would normally. What's up, STL? That's why I'm not talking as loud as I normally do. And I'm trying not to really curse. You know what I'm saying? It's taking a lot out of me to be able to get my point across. But him at 12 or 13 years old, he's going to be going to school. And what if you have that little boy that's kind of quiet, but he ain't into that. He ain't into that. Uh, he ain't into messing with little boys and nothing like that. But he's quiet, he's shy, hasn't really came out of his shell just yet. And Dwayne Wade's son slash daughter, Zaya, tries to befriend this little boy because he think this little boy, you know, is nice looking. Now he know when to potentially ruin this little boy because he over here trying to, do things that he shouldn't be trying to do. And now because of his own sexual deviancy, ruined this little boy because he ain't know no better. I don't appreciate that, because I know that things like that do happen. They do. And it's not right, in my opinion, for Dwayne Wade to be like just blatantly condoning it. Like they already trying to get rid of us. And when I say us, you know what I'm talking about. The African American male. They've tried it so many ways. And it's like they've tried it with the gangster rap music. They've tried it with drugs. Now they're trying to take our masculinity away. You understand what I'm saying? It's a bigger plot. It's to get rid of us. To get rid of us. They've tried it plenty of ways. What's going on? Let's learn about Crystal and DJ Ken and Matt. Angie says, oh, thank you. So Acme, I'm glad you finally caught it live too. Angie says, I feel his son is too young to make that decision. Exactly. Young kids experiment often during puberty. And the fact that Dwayne Wade, you're promoting this. You are promoting it. You dyeing your hair red because his hair red. You're basically saying, yes, son, it's okay. When I know good and well, D Wade, you ain't cool with this shit. But see what it is, you got this responsibility to your son. You got a responsibility to the media because if Dwayne Wade was to speak out against this and show any kind of pushback, he'll be condemned. He'll be condemned by the media and by the public. But it's like, while I understand that you shouldn't look toward NBA and NFL and athletes and singers and rappers uh, uh, to be the people that you look up to, and you shouldn't expect anything from them. You still have a responsibility, though. You know. Um, let me scroll back a little bit. DJ Kenny Mack said Wade has had custody of him since he was 4, so he learned that stuff under Wade's household. Only reason why I didn't say what you said, DJ Kenny Mack, I did a live stream about this on my old channel, and they kept hitting me. They kept on taking it down. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to watch what I say. Lyric Parker says that boy is emulating Gabrielle Union. He's fascinated by the actress' beauty, and she is encouraging him to turn. She is exploiting his curiosity. Well, we already know Gabrielle Union. She a little freaky anyway. She already done talked about putting her fingers in places on D Wade. She already done talked about that. So we already know what she down for. Wouldn't be surprised if, hey, she might be none. Maybe put her fingers a little in some more places. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's just be real now. Uh, so Alchemy says, I think D Wade has a hidden alternative sexuality, and his handlers want him to promote this. It's possible. Viper Sniper, what's going on? It's definitely possible. Angie says they should have kept right. They should have kept this. First of all, Booker Low, what's up, bro? Totally sick. Like y'all remember the picture that started all of this? That picture when they did the family portrait, the family photograph, and his son slash daughter came out there with a half shirt on and some nails. Ain't no way in HELL I would have allowed him to get on that picture. I would have told him, let me tell you something, Zion, whatever his name is. I'd have said, look here, little boy, you ain't finna bring your butt down here with no nails and no half shirt on. We ain't doing that. He would have got mad and said, well, fine, I don't want to be in the picture. Well, go on in your room then. You wouldn't have got on there with me? Nah. And like I said, y'all, I'm trying to watch what I say because, they'll find certain words and certain phrases that I say and they'll try to, clip my video. Let me see let's learn about Crystal says, I remember Gabrielle Union saying she licks exactly. Right. D Wade might, you know what I'm saying? He might go a little back and forth himself. And if he do, that's his business. But don't get out here promoted to the world. You a star. You a star. You an NBA star. You something that little boys look up to. We already got enough outside influence with this whole LGBT stuff where they try to slip it in movies and commercials. Like y'all don't be seeing these commercials. Back in the day, they wouldn't have had two guys kissing on no commercial. Now all of a sudden they got two guys, and if you notice, it's always two black dudes. It's always two black dudes that's kissing on a commercial. Why? So my sons can see it. I talked about this in another video. I was in the first drum line, you know what I'm saying? Because the college I went to, Mars Brown, was in the movie, right? So I was in the first drum line. So proud of it. Showed my sons that. My daughter used to love it when she was little. She used to always be able to go point out and say, there go daddy, there go daddy, you know? But then they made Drumline Part 2, and you had to put some kind of LGBTQ twist in the movie for what? What race of people watches Drumline the most? Black people. Think about it. Uh, Let me see right here. Lyric Parker said she turned D Wade out and uses the strap. Wow. See, I didn't even know that. That could be true. The Bee's Knees says, I think Gabrielle is overstepping her boundaries as a stepmom. She's definitely overstepping her boundaries. Definitely. Bee's Knees say she wouldn't even let her 12-year-old daughter dress like that. First of all, right. The 12-year-old daughter, you wouldn't have been in the picture. What's going on, Nurse Joy? Bee's Knees, yeah. 12-year-old daughter wouldn't have been in no picture with a half shirt. But I know good and well, I'm not gonna lie. His son had a half a shirt on and had nails on and was sitting there with his head cocked to the side with his foot up. Ain't no way in HELL I would have had that boy out there like that. When it would have been time for the pictures to be taken, the photographer that got here and set up everything, and he would have came out the bedroom with that on, I would say, oh, you can go on back in the room and change clothes right now, homeboy. But daddy, what you mean? What you mean? What I mean? You ain't finna go out here and put that on in our family picture for the whole world to see. We ain't finna do that. We ain't finna do that. And like I said, he could have been mad and threw a tantrum. Ain't finna be no you 12 and 13 years old and we having a family cookout and you got your boyfriend coming over here. What? Well, if you don't get the hell out of here with that, I just feel like D Wade, you got a responsibility to the black youth. You got a responsibility. You got a responsibility. You really do. You really got a responsibility. And I understand that you want to, support your son. I understand you want to support him. But bro, you're doing a little too much. This boy is 12 and 13 years old out here talking about he is LGBT. Dude, he don't even know what that is all the way, bro. He's gonna go out here and he's gonna mess with somebody else's son that's his age, and he gonna mess somebody's son up, D-Wade, and then that's gonna be on you, bro. Either that or he's gonna go to school and somebody might, some people don't take too kindly to the LGBT. You feel me? And the last thing you want is for your son to go to school, and you know what I mean? They because I know like when I was in school, they didn't play that. You didn't want to be known as the school that had a boy like that at your school. Boys like that, they didn't last too long at my school. Like you had a few that kind of just slipped through, but they was quiet about what they was doing. Like you kind of knew what they was about, but they couldn't just be out there like that. You know what I mean? Anybody who's coming in, I'm definitely trying to watch what I say on here because the last time I made a video about this, they tried to clip it. You know what I mean? Sound ain't nothing old about me, bro. I'm just older than you, boss. DJ Kenny Mack said Gabrielle Union was an industry pass around before Wade got her. Wow. Andrew says Gabby has come out and said she's been sexually assaulted before. Wonder if this is influencing the situation. Well, what I do know is that what's going on, E-Love 11? What I do know is that some women who've been through, assaults like that, they have a thing about um, control over men, and they have a thing about wanting to see men be that way. I'm serious. This is something that I know for a fact. I know this for a fact. I definitely know that for a fact. You have some men, you have some women that have been through those kind of assaults, and they get a kick out of watching men be physically violated, shall I say. The Bee's Knees says, how many things does anyone like at 12 that they still like now? Exactly. How many things at 12? So the point there is, D Wade, your son doesn't know if in the next 365 days this is over with. Why promote it? Why support it? You should be sitting down talking to him, telling him that, hey, bro, this ain't the way. Because I'm sorry, this ain't the way. Again, whatever you do in the privacy of your bedroom has nothing to do with me. All right. But D Wade, you are a NBA retired superstar. Little boys look up to you. They're gonna watch what you do. And now you're supporting this. You're gonna make other little boys think that, yeah, this is what we need to be doing. And that's not right, bro. You got a responsibility. I know you got to support your child. I know you got a responsibility to your child, but you ain't got to get out here and promote it to the masses. You ain't got to do that. DJ Kenny Mack said this should not have been public until the kid turned 18. Exactly. No way you would have been taking family pictures with me with a half a shirt on and some fingernails. I honestly, why you think Magic Johnson don't really just be around his son like that? He ain't proud of that. Magic Johnson is not proud of that. D Wade, you're acting like you're proud that your son is choosing to go that way. Have y'all seen Magic Johnson's son lately? Have y'all seen him? Like, Jesus Christ. Lyric Parker say they want households like that. They don't want men in the house unless the boys are trans or LGBTQ, and the dad must be feminine or weak. Maybe even, yeah. Those are the only males they want in the house. They don't want strong black men around. They don't want us around. They don't want us around. We're a threat. A strong black man who's straight, we're a threat. Angie says, did Gabby seek counseling after her assault? Is she mentally and physically damaged? See, I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is a lot of women that have been through that kind of assault, they have some mental issues. and some of them, those mental issues turn into even deeper levels of sexual deviancy to the point where they like to see men get violated in that way. Again, I'm only watching my words because of the fact of what we're talking about, and I know how it can be easily, deemed as doing something wrong. Um, let's learn about Crystal. Says she was assaulted at work when she worked for Payless Shoe Store before she became famous. Wow, I had no idea of that. DJ Kenny Mack say, "What you think his oldest son think of his brother? You already know what he think. Probably don't even want to be around the boy. That's not something to be proud of." Now D Wade around here because your son slash daughter, which I'm going to call him a son, he got red hair. So you going, okay, I'm supporting my son. I got red hair too. But yeah, again, man, I'm all for it. Love your son. Be there for your son. Support your son. But you ain't got to do it publicly. What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to prove? I don't get it. The bees knees say that's the problem. We know way too much about celebrities without even trying to know. Too much oversharing. Right. You didn't even have to share that, D Wade. It ain't no disrespect to you, but you ain't have to share that, bro. You got a responsibility to us, man. You should know more than anybody what they're trying to do to the black household. You should know. People that speak like me, nah, they don't want me. They don't want me to be around. I got a strong opinion. I got a strong opinion, which means I'm very opinionated, and I know how to put my words together so that you understand. I'm the wrong one to be on here. I listen to a lot of people on YouTube. I actually do research on YouTube to see what's really going on. Who hot, who not, who talking about something, who ain't talking about nothing. And ain't but so many of us that can come on here like me and say it the way I'm gonna say it. So I look at a D Wade and say, dude, you're on a whole different platform than what I'm on. You got a responsibility to the black community, man. You do. You do. Um, the bees knees say, I miss the days when there was still a little mystery. I miss those days too. Uh, Lyric Parker says, right, a lot of female victims don't like manly men because they feel threatened. You can look in Wade's eyes and see his manhood is gone. He is gone, totally gone. And I can imagine, Gabrielle Union, she looking all good, smelling good. She Gabrielle Union, that's a beautiful woman now. It's a beautiful woman. But she got that deviancy in her head. A man will do anything for, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna say the word. We'll do anything for some good. She probably sat there and talked him into it, started him off small, like, you know, messed with him down there a little bit, took it further, then bingo. All of a sudden, one night, she got a surprise for you, D Wade. And now she promoting, yeah, it's okay for your son to be that way. It might be something she like. You know what I mean? DJ Kenny Matt say what makes this story interesting is normally this type of behavior is blamed on the single black female mother raising a son. Usually. But here you got a quote unquote strong black man in the household. And look what he's doing. I'm sorry, y'all. Ain't no way one of my sons could come to me at 12, 13, any age for that matter, but 12 and 13, where you're still in my house where I govern you. Oh no, sir. You even have no petty and manny party at my crib. Too much y'all finna put on nails. Oh no, sir. And if you ever and if somebody ever knock on the door and it's another little boy and I open the door and I say, yeah, how can I help you? Oh, I was trying to see if, I ain't gonna, be just throwing my son's names out there, but you know, and they seem that way. Oh, they here, and I'm definitely we need to talk. Hey man, who is this little boy that was coming over here? Who is that? Oh, that's so and so, so and so. Oh, what's wrong with him? He kind of shaky, ain't it? What's going on? The bee's knees say, and the real mama must be under gag order. I can't believe she had nothing to say about this unless she cool with it too. Unless she cool with it too. We need to find out who she is. We need to know her feelings about this. Are you cool with this? Again, I understand. Me and my wife, we have had the conversation about this before. So I understand that yes, you will still love your child, you will be there for your child. I understand that. But hold on. I'm finna drop the link, Nurse Joy. Y'all give me 1 second. Let me put these headphones on. Hold on 1 second. I'll definitely drop the link. But yeah, like man, I just feel like, yo, D Wade, you need to do better, bro. Hold on, I'm putting the headphones in now. Make sure y'all can hear me before I drop the link. I just put my headphones in. Can y'all hear me loud and clear? Just say yes or no. Anybody. Look like y'all should be able to hear me. That's all I need is a yes or a no before I drop this link. Let me see. Bees Knees say, I think she can't legally speak on it. Okay, y'all can hear me. Cool. I'm finna drop the link right now. Hold on 1 second. Just make sure that whatever you say, make sure you watch what you say because they'll try to clip this. You know what I mean? They done did it before on another channel where it was just, I was pissed off though. I was pissed. You know what I mean? Faraji Umar, what's going on? Derek Parker say the real mother is under gag. She is definitely not okay. Right. But what if it was the other way around and the boy was living with her? You know, if it was me, I'm gonna say something like, no, I'm not cool with it. But at the end of the day, D Wade, no, you know, if D Wade was to come out publicly and really say how he feels about this, he'll lose all type of sponsors, deals that he got. He'll lose all of that because you cannot. You can speak out about black people way quicker than you can speak out about the LGBT community. They got more. I ain't gonna say they got more rights than what we have, but it's just the fact that you can't say what you want to say about them. They can say whatever they want to say about us, but you can't say something about them. You can't do that. What's going on, Meme Mug? Like I remember one time I was having a conversation, and I want to make sure I say it correctly, but I was having a conversation about this. Not this particular situation, but you know, just a variation of it. And a person from the LGBTQ community told me that they really feel like that's a race. You know, they feel like being that way is a race. And they was like, you know, we we got our civil rights, what they going through is just like the civil rights movement or when black people was going through what they was going through. And I was like, wow, so you saying that your sexuality is now a race? Couldn't believe it. They really feel that way. Let's learn about Crystal says, I wonder if D Wade left his ex-wife because she wasn't fulfilling his sexual fantasy and he got with Gabby because Gabby is all into bisexual stuff. Excuse me. Gabby performs. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. You know, it's definitely possible. But at the end of the day, what I'm speaking on is D Wade, you have a responsibility to your community as well. You need to sit your son down. Because, okay, so your son is doing all of this stuff right now, right? Well, let's suppose 5 years from now, 5 years from now, he don't want to be like that no more. He gonna forever be stamped this way. That's why it shouldn't have been put out to the public. You know, it should have never been put out. Lion's time, baby. What's going on? Y'all make sure y'all get the likes up. I really would appreciate it. If you want to donate some, $1 on up, because that's all they take is $1 up. Feel free. But my thing is it's like that's the reason why I come on YouTube, bro. Like I was just talking about it the other day. If you haven't watched the video that I put out the other day, it was called beefing on basically YouTube beef is for Cash App donations, right? This is what we need to be talking about on here. All this stuff about who did this with who and who don't like this person and who don't like this person. That's what they paying for. I'm seeing people getting money to sit here and beef on YouTube. But talking about this right here, they don't seem to care. Nurse Joy, what's up? Whenever you ready, I got you in here. But yeah, it's like they don't care nothing about coming on here talking about something. Well, I guess I know the hater this year. It's all good. As soon as one person walked in, it looked like that's when it came, huh? But who knows? Who knows? What's going on, Nurse Joy?
Hey, Chris. Good morning. How are you? And good morning, Chad. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're doing good, Chris.
Yeah,
Whew. Where do I
what you got
begin
for me?
with all of this
Man, you can begin at the
foolishness? Oh my
beginning, in the
God.
middle, wherever you want to begin. You know what I mean?
Bruh, first of all, let me just say that D Wade used to be my man crush like way back in the day when he first got into the NBA. I used to think he was so fine, but now I don't know what the F happened. I don't know what's going on with him. But two things I want to bring up because you mentioned that you think his wife kind of made him flip.
Well,
In
that's
other
what they
words,
saying. That's what they was saying. That it's
yeah,
possible.
that's what I thought. I saw a couple of comments in the chat, but I was gonna say, you don't. Let me ask you, you don't think he was like that before she got with him? Because he did have another spouse, and why is she signing NDAs, and she can't really talk about what's going on and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you don't think that maybe she knows a little bit more than what she's allowed to speak on, apart from what what she might be displeased about with her child and what's going on with her son.
My favorite
I
answer
mean,
is always, it's possible. It's possible. Because it's like, obviously we don't know for sure. But
right.
when you start to look at everything, when you start to look at it all, it's possible. Now, I never would have thought that about him just from watching his mannerisms on the court and, watching him in interviews. I never would have thought that about him. But now,
Oh yeah.
hindsight is 2020. I'm like,
He's
maybe
he's
it was
full
something going on.
blown. Broke my
Yeah, he out
heart, man.
he out there.
I'm like, what is this? Like he was playing some. I think it was a video. I think on Instagram. One of my Facebook friends posted. He was walking in a pool more all girly and more feminine than me, and I'm like a very feminine woman, and I just this red hair stuff that he's got going on. I'm like, what is that?
And
I mean, what is this? Dennis Rodman remixed? I mean, but we all know. But see, the thing with Dennis Rodman, though, Dennis Rodman has always been kind
weird.
of gender
He always been
bending
weird.
and
Yeah.
right. So, I mean, you expect that from Rodman, but not D Wade. And with a son, I don't
But
know,
see, that's what
man.
I'm
This is
saying.
this.
Like, supposedly this red hair was supposed to be in support because his son got red hair now. But my thing again,
Lord.
I understand support. I understand, you know, loving unconditionally. I get that. But dude,
Right.
the boy is
That's going
12
too
or
far.
13. You're going too far. And just like I was saying right before you
Yeah.
came up, suppose in 3, 4, 5 years, he say, you know what, I ain't that way no more. You're gonna be stamped for the rest of your life because at 12 and 13, they put you out here on the, in the on the front lines with a half a shirt on, wearing nails in the family portrait. Come on, dude. Why would you even
Yeah.
let this
I
boy
know.
do that?
I know. And there are also, I don't know if you're familiar or if you've seen videos of people that have fully transitioned,
Mm-hmm.
and they regret it. I mean, there are videos on YouTube that talk about this stuff. And,
I should do
one
that too.
one gen so when you get seated I think my issue is whatever decisions you want to make as an adult, they're your decisions as an adult. But a child biologically doesn't have the maturity,
Mm-hmm.
nor is their brain fully developed. Their frontal lobe is not One's frontal lobe is not fully developed until age 25.
Mm.
And when you're talking about confusion about one's sexuality and whether even if you're straight, I mean, you still may have some questions about some stuff, what you like, what you don't like, if whatever. You're still there's a whole lot of experimentation that's going on within that time frame from the time you're an adolescent to that age 25 when when you're a young adult, and after you've gotten through college and you're in your career and whatever, if you decide to get married or if you decide to become gay or if you want to transition or whatever it is you want to do, then I think that that person has made a sound decision to be able to make an adult decision that way. But these kids, I mean, I just think it's getting out of hand. You have these female impersonators reading at little kids' story time.
Come on
It's
now.
too much.
But it's
It's
but it
too
seems
much.
like but it seems to me sometimes it seems like it's being done on purpose,
Yeah, I have to agree with you on
promoted.
that, sir.
Like
Yeah.
like even down to you ever notice like whatever big star it is, black star that is, they always try to find them a role where they got to put a dress on. They always do.
Exactly. Exactly. It's so crazy. And what's his name? Was the only one that stood up to that bullshit. The
Dave Chappelle.
comedian Dave Chappelle. There we go. Dave Chappelle. He even left the States and moved to Africa for a while, and because he didn't need the money, and he was like the biggest threat to the whole Hollywood establishment because he was the only one that did not kowtow and step and fetch it, for the sake of a dollar. Everyone else has.
Right.
Even what's
Everybody
that guy's?
does.
Yeah, even that little short one. What is it? The little dark skinned short
Well,
guy.
Kevin Hart.
Yeah, him.
Okay.
He even has done that too. And I thought of all people he would not go there, but it's sad. What do you think should be done? Let me my last question because I'm actually in transit and
Okay.
on my way home. But my last question for you, Chris, is what do you think should be done? What do you think we as a people can do to curtail this obvious, what I perceive to be an agenda against our families and the attack on our families? What solutions do you think and anyone else in the chat room have that we can do to curtail some of this bullshit? Because it's getting out of hand. And I'm a 70s baby. I
Mhm.
was born in 73. I've yeah, we see the little uncle or cousin that may flick their wrist or
Right. Right.
have their
Right.
little,
Right. Right.
S curls and shit in their hair. But it was never like this. Never.
Yeah. It's
So
just
I just want
loud
to
and
know what your
proud.
perspective is. Oh yeah,
Number
absolutely.
number one that I ain't gonna say think you everything that you do it starts in your household. You know what I mean? I got a biological son and I got two stepsons in the household with me. Now I can
Hmm.
honestly say I don't see any traits of that in none of them. But if I did, I'm not saying that I would like, try to scold them and, take off my belt or anything like that. No. What my thing is, everything starts at home. Everything starts at home. It starts at home. You got to monitor what they looking at. Like I mentioned, the movie Drumline. Why? Why did you take such a good movie as Drumline Part One was, and then when you made
Hmm.
Part, because again, now I know a lot of Caucasian people watched Drumline. I know they did, but a lot of marching, black marching bands and stuff like that. That's something that is definitely for the black community. Why did you
Right.
take that movie and totally mess it up in part two and put a gay undertone in there? Why did you? I mean, well, I ain't gonna say an undertone. They made that like a major plot of the movie about the black football player messing with the band member. Why did you have to do that? And then even
Hmm.
first was like the other day, me and my youngest son, we was in here watching something on TV, and a commercial came on. And on the commercial, it was two black dudes kissing. I'm like, wait a minute, dude, why is this even here? Why is this even here? Like, we have to make sure in our household that we put that message out, like, hey, you know, this ain't it. Again, I'm trying to watch what I'm saying on this live stream. They try to clip it. You know what I mean?
I
But
know. I
this ain't
know.
it. Like, this is not the way. But you can't watch everything that they watching, because just like growing up when I was, my mom and daddy didn't want me listening to certain rap lyrics or certain artists that was doing rap, but I would sneak and go listen to it, or somebody else around me, and I would hear it. So
Right.
my thing is,
Right.
you can't monitor everything, but do as much as you can to promote. Like I'm really happy that me and my wife is in the household together, so my boys can see man and woman are together, not man and man. I ain't got to go all the way into it, but you feel my drift. So it
Yeah,
starts at
I
home.
feel you.
It starts at home, and even down to the little boys that's just being raised by just a mom. That ain't always the way that it happens. Now, but I do know some instances where I've seen some little boys, even from like a little kid, they already had those feminine antics about them. And it was because they mama, because you have some women that are like overly feminine. And
Mm-hmm.
they got an extra twist when they talk, an extra twist with their wrist, an extra twist in their hips. And sometimes some of these little boys, I think they end up mimicking some of that. That's possible. And then you just got them situations where, hey, they was just born that way, and that's just what it is. But I just feel like, hey, Xander says, were they both black? Yeah, from to my knowledge, you have to go back and watch it. We got to start it at home, promote more black
Mm-hmm.
love between a black man and a black woman. But again, whatever you do behind the privacy of your own closed doors, that's up to you. But sitting out here trying to it's almost like we got to make sure that we keep showing this to, like, we can't keep trying to make this stuff okay,
Right. I
So
think it's the normalization, because I think one of the things that really, what I observed anyway, is when you had the gay marriage, or the marriage, equal marriage became legal, a few years back, and went across the board in all 50 states. And when that happened, then I think it's attempting to make it more mainstream.
mhm.
And I don't have any problem with people part of the alphabet groups. I don't. You know what I mean?
Right.
But my issue but my issue is, because I'm a conservative, and there are people who are, gays and lesbians and stuff that are conservative. They don't even agree with a lot of the stuff that we're talking about too,
Right.
and they're
Right.
gays. You know what I
Right.
mean? So we just really think it needs to be kept done in moderation, kept in an adult realm. Like the whole, like I just talked about the female impersonators reading to these little kids.
Oh,
That is
who done that?
not
I didn't know that
that
happened.
that's it's yeah, that's going on. And then you have these conventions where you have a lot of the female impersonator conventions, like RuPaul and stuff. He has conventions that go across the country, and people dress up in their full on gear, and you have kids that are in participating in that stuff now. So this is where I have an issue, because
Really?
I'm like, okay, yes, there was a little boy, I think he's like 9, and he is a drag queen, a baby drag
What?
queen,
Where's his
and
mama
he
and daddy
had
at?
a wig. He had on a full wig, and he's spinning around and doing all this stuff. But I mean, and then he wearing these little half shirts, and being around these adults. And the issue is a lot of these alternative lifestyle, including the alphabet groups, you have mixtures of different lifestyles within the alphabet group, like BDSM and those types of things. I mean, that is very, kind of off center, underground type of lifestyle, that potentially these little kids that are in these little drag contests, that go into these drag conventions and stuff, they're exposed to these people with half their ass out. They're exposed to, the little leather strappy outfits with the
And they got
little
kids
leather with
doing
the
it.
little. No, they have the adults that are there, and the kids are being exposed to it.
Okay, now
So
see,
you have
now
children
that's ridiculous. That's
being exposed to this X-rated stuff. I mean, and I feel the same way about the little pageant girls. You dolling these little girls up, putting in all this grown makeup, making them look like grown ass women, and they don't have no boobs, no ass. And I'm like, I don't like that's not cool with me either.
I think that's too
So
much
both
too.
the straight and the gays can get the smoke, because I'm like, you need to stop sexualizing these little kids. I think it's wrong. Let the children be children. If they want to put on a little, if they're gay, or they feel like they're gay and they want to put on a lipstick at home, and you see those tendencies in them, do it in the privacy of your home. You don't have to have these kids exposed to all these grown folk with their ass out and doing BDSM and whipping people and all this other stuff, at these drag conventions, because a lot of that shit goes on there. I have friends that are in the community that are into that shit. You know what I mean? And you don't have no business having a little child right there. There's drugs that's going on, there's drinking, carrying on. I think honestly, I think it's child abuse.
It is.
Having
It
a
is.
minor child in that kind of environment, it's sick. And I
But
don't know, and
the
and
sad
and
part,
they think it's okay. I don't
the
know.
sad part of it is a lot of these adults that's showing up to these places. Y'all don't know what they would be doing to these children if somebody wasn't there to watch them. But at the same time, I gotta blame
There you go.
these children's mamas and daddies. What is y'all doing? What are y'all doing, man? Like I say, the world the world ain't getting no better. It ain't getting no better. I mean, it's like every 2 to 3 years, it's like people think, we're making moves technology wise and we're advancing scientifically. Man, but look how many steps back we taken as far as just regular shit. Like, you out here promoting this stuff for kids. That means you're raising them up this way. And then when they get older, that's why, so I got a major issue with one thing about the whole D Wade son daughter thing. This child, and we got Let's Learn About Crystal just came up. So whenever she want to come off of mute, you can. This child, Zion, Zaya, whatever he want to be called, will go to school and potentially mess up another child because of his own
Right.
sexual fascination.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? Because you might have this
I
other little
think it's
boy.
too early. It's just too early, man. It's
It's
too damn
definitely
early.
too
It's
early.
too young. Let the boy just figure shit out. And I honestly think if I were D Wade's parent, or the little Jasmine Azalea or whatever the heck his name is now, if I was his mom, I would take him to therapy, like, okay, and
Oh,
find out exactly what's going on, what's wrong. Did someone bother him down there? I mean,
mm-hmm.
I mean, I would be
What happened?
investigating first
Me
what
too.
happened, what's triggering that. And then if there was nothing triggering that, then I'm like, okay, well, maybe he's gay, and I'll just deal with him being gay or whatever, and just tell him, hey,
What?
let's kind of
Hold up.
stop, pump the bass.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Nurture. I did not mean to cut you off, but I just saw this. The Bee's Knees says the Wades took Zion to the Pride Parade. Are you kidding me, bro?
You didn't know that? That
No.
happened a couple of years ago, Chris. Yeah,
What?
that was his first experience. He was like 9 when he first went to the Pride Parade
How
out
was y'all
there in
even there? Why was y'all even there? What? Oh my God. Why was y'all even at the parade, bro?
Right, and that's my other question too. I mean, I know straight people do go to parades to support their
I
friends
don't
that
know
may
none.
be, part of the community. But I mean, I'm serious. There are some straight people that do go to the pride parades, to support, their allies and things like that. They have family members that might be gay or whatever. I mean, they may attend those events, but I mean, but for a child, because do you know how raunchy those pride
Come
parades are?
on, man. They
I've
be
been
out
to a
there
few
with
of them
thongs on and
with
everything.
thongs and oh my god,
Okay,
and
DJ
off
Kenny
the
Mac.
chain, that's wild.
Kenny Mac said that was last year. Gabrielle Union took him.
Oh, it was
What's
last
going on?
year.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's going on? Let's learn
wow.
about Crystal. What's up?
Thanks,
All
Chris,
right,
for
I'm gonna
having
go on
me.
mute, y'all.
How you doing, Nurse Joy? And thank you, Chris, for letting me on the show.
For sure.
I was I really feel like many boys have been molested, and that's the reason why many of them float certain ways because the parents aren't watching them. They pretty much trusting all the wrong people around their children. And I think that's a big possibility why so many people that's now bisexual and gay. What do you think?
I definitely agree with that because I tell my wife all the time, like, you don't never know what's going on in a person's mind. Like, your brain is your own planet, and whatever you want to go on your planet, don't nobody else have to know about it, right? So I be feeling like, don't send your children over everybody's house, spending the night over everybody's crib, even family members. You know what I mean? Like, growing up, my mama only like
Mhm.
I only spent the night at my mama's twin sister's house. That was it. Good morning, Jim Marie. But going over this cousin house and this aunt house and this family friend house, no, we didn't do all that type of shit. And I feel like um, when you start doing stuff like that, you open your child up to potentially something happening to them that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I feel. And me and my wife, like, we used to get into it about that particular subject because obviously he knew, ain't nothing wrong with them going over this cousin house. And I used to be like, listen, it may not be nothing wrong with your cousin. It might not be. But at the end of the day, I'm just using it as a caution. Like, hey, I don't know what the cousin's homeboy might be about that might come over there. I don't know who that is. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
who these might be their cousins or my nieces and nephews, but they homeboy or they homegirl come over there and chill too. I don't know what they doing. It could be a
Yeah.
friend of a family member. I don't know what they doing. So my thing is, I rather so that I know I can sleep safe. I know what's going on in my house. I know what's going on in my mama and dad's house. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I know what's going on in my wife, mom and dad's house, but the cousin and the cousin friend, no, we ain't doing all that type of shit. We ain't
Yeah.
doing it. Because I
Yeah.
feel like that's where some of it come from, like you just said.
I think so because when I talk to like lesbians and gay people, I would say half of them, at least 50% of them has like some type of molestation or something that happened to them when they were younger.
Mm-hmm. A lot of them. A lot
Yeah.
of them. Now, some of them, I do agree that some children, you can just see it as they, kids like, oh yeah, that person gonna be like that. Now, I don't
Mm,
agree. I don't think it come out no gay babies. I don't think that happens. But at the same time, it's some children you can just see it from an adolescent, like, yeah, they gonna be like that. Like that's just what they are. But like
mhm.
some of these people, it's one or two things gonna happen. If a little boy get messed with as a kid, he probably turn out and he gonna be that way, or end up having some psychological issues. Like I know kids that stuff happened to them as a child that we only finding out about this stuff later on in their 20s, and we wondering why they going to jail and always in trouble and doing this and doing that. Well, you didn't even know that when you were sending your son over to your friend house to spend the night while you at work, your friend had a son that was older than your son,
Mhm.
and they was messing with him. And I'm speaking about this because I got a family member that this happened to, and I literally just found out. I just found this out late last year, and I was pissed. I'm gonna be honest, I was pissed. So I'm speaking right now from a point of anger almost, but I'm not gonna let myself get out of control because again, I don't want them to clip this live stream. But I was pissed, and they told me, oh well, this happened 15 years ago. I'm still over like, well, where he at? Where the nigga at now? You know, my family
Yeah.
member, but my family member been in and out of jail since he was a younger, since he was young. He been in and out of jail, always was getting in trouble in school. And now I'm like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me this whole time that I've been hearing about this boy going through this stuff, this could possibly be the reason, and we didn't know?
Mhm.
And every time I would see him, like I would be like, man, what's your problem? Like, why you getting into all this trouble? And then come to find this out later on. Now he 20, he should be like 25, I think. Yeah, he should be like 25 or 26 now.
Wow.
He out of jail currently, but it's like come to find out this what was going on as a child, and we didn't even know it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. DJ Kenny
No.
Mack say, be aware of daycare workers too. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Listen, daycare, man, listen, I don't play none of that. I don't play none of that daycare shit. Uh-uh. Teachers getting a little too extra friendly. I don't play none of it. Coaches, none of that. If your son want to sing in the choir, watch the choir director because half the time most of them be that way. So you definitely got to watch them. Babysitters, all that.
Yeah.
I'm
And
sorry for
Chris, I
being so
have to
long.
agree with that too. I have to agree with that because I had an auntie that watched people children and all kinds of things were going on in her home. And she would be
Wow.
the first one to watch people kids.
Oh, man. See what I'm saying? That's why like, you got to be like Nurse Joy was asking, what can we do? Be monitor your kids. Be careful with your kids. Watch what they watching. Watch what they listening to. Watch who they look up to. They idols and all of that. Man, watch it. Like my oldest son, he played baseball. You know, watch them coaches. All of that. Them
Mm-hmm.
other parents. The other parents that I would be like, hey, you know, he can come over for the weekend. No, he good. He straight.
Yep.
You know, like I say, my mom and dad, they didn't play none of that, bro. Like I got uncles and aunts that who house that I ain't never spent the night at as a child. One, because there was something wrong with them. It was just, hey, just never did. Just
Mm-hmm.
never did. You know what I'm saying? My mom and dad, they kept an eye on me. And I think, you know, of course, I did some fucked up shit my time, been to jail for stupid shit and, you know, sold things that I shouldn't have sold some things I shouldn't have stole. You know what I'm saying? But overall, I think I'm a pretty good guy. You know what I mean? But that's
Mm.
because of growing up. My mom and dad, they played a major role in, no, you're not hanging with that friend right there. That friend right there look like they ain't gonna be shit. You don't need to go over there with, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And we got to, everything starts at home. I don't mean to be so long-winded. Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I have to agree. I definitely agree with everything that you said. You hit it right on the nail. That was everything I was thinking.
Yeah, my bad. I wanted you to say it. I apologize for that. But I just feel passionate about this situation, man. Like when I see stuff like this, it's like I got boys in the house, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's embarrassing. I'm sorry, it's embarrassing. Just as this is a black man, it's embarrassing. Like D Wade, bro, you got a responsibility to us too. You got a responsibility to your children and your wife, but you a star. Like when you got yourself on that pedestal and you reach the pinnacle of life, as some people would call it, you got a responsibility to us as a community as well, bro. And I feel like Jim Marie say, if I may ask, who is the other panelist? Her name is Let's Learn About Crystal.
Hey, Jim
Uh,
Marie.
Let me see. DJ Kenny Mack say, I played college basketball and most, he got the rainbows I saw came from girls basketball and as teammates, they all shared apartments. Hey, 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 like I say, girls on the college basketball team, man, shit. I'm gonna say 80% of them be that way. And the other 20, they that way too. They just a little bit more feminine than what the other ones are. That's what I know. Um, Six Figure Days say, watch how they play with toys too. For example, watch how they are positioning the dolls, superheroes, and teddy bears. As funny as that sounds to me, it's definitely the truth. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch what they doing. If they got two GI Joe men and they over there with both the GI Joe men in a questionable position, you should definitely run in there and attack that situation immediately. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, as funny as that is, it's the truth. Fortunately, ain't no teddy bears in our house. You know what I mean? So we ain't got that problem. Ain't no, and they don't really play with no. Actually, now that I think about it, they ain't never really played with action figures. You know what I'm saying? Like they thing always been phones, tablets. They all got their own video game and shit like that. You know. Uh, what you got to say, Crystal? Oh, I think she doing something. But
Oh,
oh,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. I was working. I just wanted
Oh, I'm sorry.
to thank you for having me on the show. I'm gonna get back into the chat.
For sure. But yeah, like we gotta really watch what we doing. And I think that people that's seeing what D Wade doing, sit down and talk to your kids about it. Ask them how they feel about it. Because I feel like if the if society is wants to make this mainstream, then okay, because we can't do nothing about what the media puts out. We can't do nothing about that. So if they want to make this mainstream, we got to start talking to our kids about it straight up. Like, look, because I tell my boys all the time, look, somebody touch you in the wrong place, you immediately let me know. We're gonna go get this handled. Don't be scared. Don't be on no, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to say nothing. Nah, we gonna handle this stuff immediately. Um, but you gotta talk to your kids. Because we can't do nothing about what the media puts out in front of us. We can't do nothing about it. It's not in our control. But what is in our control is the way that we handle our household and make sure that we put out the right message to let our kids know what we deem as acceptable and what we don't. Now, again, you do everything you're supposed to do, and your child still end up be that way. You love them. You love them. You beat up for them because they're gonna have a rough road ahead of them. They got two things going against them: being black and being that way. So you still love them. You respect them, but I think the way that you also always let them know that you don't condone what they're doing. Ain't no, it's Thanksgiving and they finna bring their boyfriend over. Nah. We ain't doing that. I ain't finna sit here at my dinner table trying to cut this ham and eat this fried turkey and watching y'all over here looking at each other all crazy. We ain't finna do that. DJ Kenny Mack say back in the day, the dad would have disowned the son if he was displaying that type of behavior. Exactly. And even though I feel like, disowning your son would be like real dramatic, and you're right, 6 Figure Days, some still do. That would be very dramatic and it would be, it would be heartbreaking. So that's why I say, rather than disowning your son, well, look, I don't talk to you, be there for him, still love him, support him, but don't 100% condone it. That's why I say, like, even though when I say it, it may sound like I'm, like I'm telling a joke, but nah, it's Thanksgiving or it's Memorial Day, like everybody just got through cooking out, and it's the 4th of July. You're not finna bring that person over here with you. You're not finna do that. You can come, and if you don't want to come because I don't want you to bring your significant other with you, then to hell with it. You have to just be pissed off with me. That'll let you know in your mind, like, what I'm doing, Dad ain't cool with this. That'll let you know Dad ain't cool with this now. I'm cool with a lot of stuff. Like, man, listen, I can honestly say my views as far as the LGBTQ community have changed a lot over the years, because I can remember having some like some majorly strong opinions about it when I was younger. And I can tell y'all what, it didn't necessarily change my views because I still got the same views, but it lessened the negativity that I had toward it. I'm gonna say about 6 years ago. Well, anybody that know, I own a security company. Now, we've been in business legally 4 years, but I've been doing security in the city of Atlanta for like over 20 years. You know what I mean? At one point, I even took it further back in 2007, and I even became a corrections officer, which was classified as a sheriff in Clayton County here in Georgia. But anyway, I met the biggest LGBTQ promoter in the city at that time, because the house where they did the tip drill video at for Nelly, the owner of the house, I used to provide security for his mansion. So he called me one weekend and he was like, "Hey, I got a pool party coming up. I need security." I said, "Okay, how many you need?" He told me how many. And when we all showed up, that particular pool party, it was just straight, men and women having a good time, made some good money. So then, like the following weekend, he hit me up again. He was like, "Hey, I got another pool party." So of course, I'm expecting for it to be that same version of party. So I get there, me and my partner, we get there. And what was funny was we get there, and the people who was taking the tickets at the gate, it was two gay guys. That wasn't alarming. I was like, okay. Then we went inside the house to go ahead and kind of walk around, and we saw a few more. We was like, okay, what the hell going on here? But then the first shuttle bus pulled up because they didn't want people parking at the house. So the first shuttle bus pulled up. I swear, y'all, when they opened up the door of that shuttle bus, I saw purple smoke come out the door. It was like Prince and the Revolution was getting off the damn bus. So here it go. It's a full-blown, you already know, pool party. So I went to the owner of the house. I said, bro, what kind of party you got going on? He started laughing. He was like, Chris, I already knew y'all was gonna be like, man, what the hell, But what ended up happening, because I'm business first, because all money is green. You know what I'm saying? It ain't straight, it ain't crooked. You know what I'm saying? It's green. So the promoter, the person who partied they came up at the end of the day and they gave us the money that they owed us for our services. And the guy was like, hey, listen, I want to be honest with you. We was a little skeptical about using outside security other than what they normally use. And I was like, well, why is that? And they was like, well, usually, guys that, see our type of party, they do negative stuff towards us. They be disrespectful. He was like, but y'all was professional the whole day. I even saw y'all at one point having conversations with some of the people. And I was like, well, yeah, they weren't doing nothing harmful to us. It was a couple of them that said some things that I ain't like, you know what I mean? But, we still kept it professional. And he started using my company. And even to this day, when he has a party, he calls my company to come and work for him. And by working with him for all these many years, it's been like 6 years now, and working in parties like that, the negative thoughts that I had about them as, people, it started to lessen. I still don't agree with what they do, but I don't have to agree with it because it ain't something that I do anyway. But to get back to the way I was going with it, instead of disowning your child, if they're that way, still love them. You just don't condone it to the point where they just walk around and think that because your parents condone it, then the world gonna condone it. And it ain't that way. It's not, it's just not that way. So that's why I say with D Wade, it's like, yo, you can be there to support your son, but you're basically telling him like, yeah, hey, it's okay to be this way, son. It's fine. When it's not fine. And it's not that I'm saying it's not fine like from a religious standpoint or anything like that, but let's just talk about in religion. Religiously, no, it's not fine. It's in the Bible. It say what it say. Men should not lay with men, women should not lay with women. Now I know what men do. We always say when it comes to two women, it's beautiful. I gotta admit, seeing two women together, one of the most amazing things you ever want to see. Being able to include yourself in that situation is as equally amazing. You know what I mean? If not more than. But at the end of the day, no, it's just not right. It's just not right. But that's why I feel like D Wade, you're promoting sexual deviancy to your child at 12, 13. Dude ain't even old enough to drive yet, but he's old enough to make a decision about his sexuality. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. D Wade, come on, bro. Do you know what your son may go through being this way? And then what if he decides later on in life at 17, 18, 21, oh, I ain't this way no more. Nah, you're going to forever be this way. You're going to forever have this stamp on you because of, social media is here forever. Even if you delete this shit, it's here forever. It's going to be somewhere on some software, somewhere it's going to be there. And somebody going to be able to go back and say, no, bro, remember when you were 12 and 13 right here taking pictures with half a shirt on and some fingernails? You don't remember that? D-Wade, you got to do better, bro. Support your son, but you got a responsibility to us too, dog. You got a responsibility to the young basketball players that's going to come up after you that want to mimic everything you do. Like Kobe mimicked Michael Jordan. The only thing that Kobe basketball wise didn't do that Michael Jordan did, Kobe didn't go to college. He came straight out of high school, straight to the pros. But other than that, the way he talked, the way he walked, the way he shot the ball, the way he stuck his tongue out when he drove to the hole, he mimicked everything about Michael Jordan. He did. I think he mimicked Michael Jordan so much that he kind of surpassed him in the way he played, not championships or anything like that, but just the way he played. He even played a little harder than what Mike did. That's because he mimicked Mike's life. So you may have a boy that starts to, really mimic, or boys for that matter, mimic Dwayne Wade's play style. And a lot of times when they start to mimic their play style, they also mimic the way that they, govern their life too. They do things that they did in their life. Like, why sit up here knowing that you got this responsibility to Black youth and end up possibly one of them trying to follow you in that way and end up, being that way too? I mean, like I say, it's just my opinion and it's just how I feel. But listen, if anybody else wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. If you got any questions or want to get in contact with me, you can email me. And I'm not going to get off just yet, but you can email me at chrislaw021779@gmail.com. If you would like to donate to the situation, you can always hit the Cash App. I'm going to talk about this too right quick. This ain't got nothing to do with what the subject is. I come on YouTube because I think it's pretty cool. I think that instead of sharing thoughts that I have on a subject, instead of calling my partner or a family member, oh, for sure, Angie, definitely, I appreciate you. Instead of calling a family member on the phone and expressing my thoughts to them, which I can always do that, I feel like why not come on YouTube and express it here, and hopefully, the same way I can spark the brain of a friend or a family member or a friend of a friend, maybe I can spark the thought that could change something for somebody else that I don't even know personally, right? So that's kind of why I come on YouTube. And all my messages ain't going to be positive. Some of my messages, as y'all can see from some of the videos that I make, some of my videos, it's going to be a little raunchy. I'm gonna say some stuff that ain't going to be, acceptable sometimes. But sometimes I try to come on here with a message. I ain't no preacher or nothing like that. Y'all know that shit. But sometimes I come on here and I might have a message. Now, I don't feel like every video on YouTube should be for that. I know some channels are just for what they are for, but it is a slap in the face of somebody who comes on here trying to even just deliver some sort of message to watch over 200 people sit and watch a person's meltdown. People come on YouTube every day watching people argue, fight, talk about what they gonna do. They're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, and they paying these people. I don't understand. I don't. Supporting people doing the worst. I sat in the live stream last night, right? Don't get into no names, but I sat in the live stream last night until I fell asleep. And I watched people support a person's mental breakdown. Because this person is definitely breaking down mentally. You can see it all over their face. And people cash apping them to keep the bullshit going. And I agree, Angie. People do like train wrecks. People love it. Hey, everybody like to watch a good train wreck. I'm one of the first people, if I'm driving by and see a train wreck, I'm gonna be looking like a motherfucker. But I'm looking for a different reason. Part of me is looking because I'm like, damn, what happened over there? But the other part of me, I'm actually concerned about what happened over there. Is everybody okay? Like, I'm the person that if I'm driving by, like, for example, a couple of weeks back, me and my wife was headed to the grocery store. And on the right-hand side of the street, in a parking lot, I saw a man and a woman arguing. Like, they outside the car. The driver's side door was open and the passenger side door was open. The girl and the guy, they arguing, and he grabbing her. So we had passed them because, you driving down the street and you all of a sudden you see this. I told my wife, I said, nah, turn around. And she was driving. I said, turn around. So we went back. Now, most people, if you compare them to the people on YouTube, what's going on, Headband Aaron? If you compare it to the people on YouTube, the people that I'm seeing on YouTube that's going into these areas, paying these people to watch them melt down and watch them argue, they would have drove back and just sat there and watched it and probably would have videotaped it, laughing, and then came and posted it to YouTube, right? Nah, I went back, pulled over in the parking lot, got out the car because dude was trying to pull her back in the car. He's literally trying to throw her in the car. I pulled up and I got out. And when I got out the car, dude put his hands up and let her go. And I was like, nah, dude, I'm not coming to do nothing to you. I'm coming to tell you that, dude, the same way we just passed by on this street and saw y'all out here doing all this, the police will come by here. They ain't gonna ask no questions, my dude. They gonna lay your ass down out here. He was like, you right, OG. You right, OG. And he got in the car and she walked on down the street and we pulled off. Now, lo and behold, when we pulled off, I turned around in the mirror and I saw this fool going back the way to where she was. He pulled his car over again and got out the car. Well, ain't nothing I could do about your dumb ass at that point. I got the hell on. But it's in comparison that when I stopped, I didn't stop to videotape it, to ridicule the situation. I mean, excuse me, not ridicule the situation, just to, sit there and just laugh at the situation, right? I stopped because I was truly concerned. So a lot of times when I'm over here in these areas where I see these people doing this, I'm just concerned with what's going on. Like, what's going on to have this person sitting on here for hours and hours and hours and hours and got all these people watching? What is it for? Only to see people up here really supporting them losing their goddamn mind. Yeah, Jim Marie, he changed his tone real fast. Like literally, he had her in his hands. When my wife pulled over in there and I hopped out the car, he let her go. He was like, he put his hands up like he ain't want no smoke. And I had to tell him, like, nah, bro, I'm not coming trying to save the day. I'm coming to let you know, let that girl go. I can tell she's trying to get away from you. Let her go before you end up being in a situation that you can't get out of. You know what I'm saying? Charles D. Curry, what's going on? Yeah, I stopped because it was like, all I could see in my mind was the police coming down the street, see him over here grabbing this girl, and they hop out the car, jump on him, spray him down. He already pissed off, and something ended up happening to him. That's what I was thinking about. DJ Kenny Mack says the beef creates the continuous views and watch time hours. Like, I get the reason why they doing it, right? I get the reason. But my thing is, damn, this what y'all paying for? If I was on here beefing with somebody, right? Like right now, it's 10:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If I was on here beefing with somebody, right? Like it's 22 people watching, and I appreciate all 22 people that's watching. It would be 220 people watching if I was beefing with somebody. And it's like, why? It's like 4 or 5 channels that I'm following right now. Literally, I'm gonna say for the past month, I haven't seen them put out. No. I want to be realistic. I'm gonna say the past 2 weeks, right? For the past 2 weeks, I have not seen them put out any videos where you was giving us a message about something, delivering some news to us, even down to just having a good time. It's about 4 channels, and I've really just started following these channels within the past 2 weeks. And it's like they sit on here, they talk about this person, that person, and these is men and women. So I know people, like to sit back and say, I wonder who he's talking about. It's men and women. I've sat there and watched them talk about the dumbest shit. And I watched them get donations for it. I'm not hating on y'all getting donations. I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying that. So that's what people are willing to donate for. They're not going to donate. I ain't going to say they don't, because they do. I'm just saying that it's just funny that you would waste your money. It's because I'm sorry, it is a waste. Now, if it's just entertainment for you, then I can dig that. But you're sending these people money to fuel them to keep coming on here beefing, even if it means that their livelihood could be compromised, where they live could be compromised, their life could be compromised. You know what they say? Shh, man, there's money involved. I'm gonna keep bringing my dumb ass on here doing what I'm doing. I don't get it. I don't get it. I've been through the doxing. I've been through the coming on here and going at somebody. I've been through all that. It ain't a fun thing to get up every day worrying about what this person about to say next about you, what video they about to put out about you today, what lie they about to tell on you today, what family member they finna try to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't cool. Jen Marie say, yeah, Bomb's channel been like that lately. When she is talking about a good topic, giving advice and etc., not as many viewers, but when she is cussing someone out, yeah, it's like everybody wants to. People will come to your channel when you cussing somebody out. Oh hell yeah, me shit, it's finna go down over here, and we all do it. But when that person is over there talking about some regular stuff and just some good stuff though, or just a message or anything that ain't got nothing to do with that, people won't stay. But then you see channels where people ain't over there arguing with nobody, ain't got a bunch of drama going on, and people stay. So I think it's like two things. How you start is normally how you gonna finish. If you start off piss poor, you're gonna finish piss poor. You know? Hold on one second. I'm about to drop the link for STL. See what he about to come and bless us with. DJ Kenny Max said people getting swatted and all. Yeah. Charles D. Curry say, what was the Netflix show called? I think Altered Carbon, maybe, but in one episode they expressed that energy of just recording stuff. Yeah. People do that. They just go around recording stuff and, throw it up somewhere. Headband Aaron say, truth is, Chris, people be bored as hell. I just said hell instead of saying the F word and just looking for tea to sip, especially with quarantine. I can dig that, bro. I can understand that. Being bored, ain't really got nothing to do. Because a lot of times, if I'm in here cooking or playing my video game or something, I'll find something to watch and I just put my headphones on. So I'm the person that has sat and watched some of this stuff too. But it's like after a little while, I just turn it off and go on to the next thing. Cause it'd be like, damn, like I don't even want to sit in here all this arguing all day long. But I did say that if that's how you get it, get it. If that's how you get it, get it. I ain't tripping. It's just hilarious to me how you can see. Ain't nobody trying to get no message about nothing. I mean, this live stream that I'm doing right now, I was laying in the bed. I saw what's her name? Nicole Reloaded. Nicole Reloaded did a video pertaining to it. And it sparked a thought. So that's why I was like, I tell y'all all the time, when I get a thought in my head, I'm gonna come say it. But it's like, if I was on here going at somebody and beefing, everybody and their mama will be over here. Charles D. Curry says so much negative energy. Yeah, it's a lot of negative energy. It's a lot of negative energy. And I know we just got out the subject. I hope SCL come on up. I put the link in the chat, didn't I? Yeah. Jim Marie said, this weekend I kind of pulled back from YouTube, been completing DIY projects this weekend, drinking wine and eating. Well, yeah, you got to take a break from YouTube every now and again. Because sometimes YouTube can and will get a little addictive, I'm sorry. Because I know at one point, I'm going to say shit even now. As soon as I wake up, it used to be you get up, you check your text messages to see if you got some while you were asleep. You get up, you check your email. When I get up, first thing I check is, let me see what's going on YouTube. For real. The first thing I check. It's like I wake up and I click on the YouTube app. Even if I don't see no numbers on there, like a notification or something like that. I click on the YouTube icon, go to my subscriptions. Let me see what's going on. Is anybody live? You know what I mean? So yeah, YouTube can be very addictive, but I think it get majorly addictive when you start to get to the people who can't operate in life without YouTube. See, that's when it becomes bad. When you can't even maneuver in life without thinking about what's the next video I'm finna do, or can I record this, or you know what I mean? So I ain't at that point, and I don't think I ever will. I don't have an addictive. Um, I'm not very habit forming. I don't really form bad habits too well. There's only one bad habit that I think in my life that I really ever had, and that was just messing with a lot of women. That was one of my bad habits, you know. And I've gotten much better, you know. The bee's knees says I watch YouTube every day, but I don't stick to just the black sector or sectors where there's lots of drama. See, and that's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find other sectors of YouTube that I can go into, and they may be talking about some of the stuff that I'm talking about. Now, granted, I don't have a particular subject matter. So pretty much when I come on here, y'all, the stuff y'all hearing, especially the videos that I'm making, right? When I make a video, I don't know that I'm about to say what I'm about to say. I don't really even be thinking. I just be going. So the subjects that I come up with, it just be whatever pop in my head. I don't have a particular subject matter. Like I know, like it's a lot of channels where it's like they talk about this or they talk about that. You know, you can go to this channel to hear about this and hear about that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not like that. Whatever come in my mind, it's like if I'm sitting here and I wake up and I'm thinking about pagan holidays, I'll come to y'all and talk to y'all about pagan holidays. That's what I'm thinking about in the moment. That's why I said before, like if you come into this channel looking for one particular subject, you in the wrong area because I don't never know what I'm about to say. DJ Kenny Mack said I'm the same way. Yeah, it's like I give it to y'all as I get it. Like you know how like I be watching some people videos and they be watching. I mean, excuse me. You can see where they like editing the video to put something extra in. I did that the other day. Pax Gucci was cracking. I did it the other day because I realized that what I was saying, I ended up messing up the last part. And when I got to the next video that I started to do about the same subject, I was like, oh, I can just splice these together. But normally when I make a video, it's one take. One take. You know what I'm saying? Turn the camera on. I got the subject and I just go in. Jim Marie say, oh, I'm sorry. They having a conversation, y'all. Excuse me. Right. YouTube is supposed to be educational and fun. And again, I do understand at some point it's gonna be some drama on here. It is. Y'all know I know about the drama on YouTube. I've been through it. But it's more to talk about than that. Way more to talk about. All right. Look like we got STL trying to get up here. Here you go. What's up, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm kind of coming to kind of on the go and shit. Nah, I was gonna chime in on a little bit what you were saying. I was trying to catch you at some good points.
Go ahead. What's up?
Oh damn, I'm trying to figure out where the motherfucker start. You was hitting on some good shit. The Dwayne Wade was uh for the agenda. Yeah, that agenda is real motherfucking serious. And I
Mm-hmm.
told you when you start posting about this shit, man, this motherfucker get real sensitive and motherfuckers, man, they trying to hear all that, you know what I'm saying, was right. They just trying to hear their agenda. That's it.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I was, kind of trying to watch what I was saying about it. I think I did pretty good. I didn't let too much extra stuff fly out. You know what I mean? I think SEL must be driving. Can't really hear nothing he's saying. Um, SEL,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you done.
I don't know what you were saying.
Now I'm saying that their agenda is real serious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they ain't trying to hear what's right. They just trying to, as long as you try leaning on their agenda, they all good with it.
Yeah. Definitely feel like I definitely feel like as long as you saying what they want you to say, then you're okay. Because if not, If not, they'll try to clip you. They'll try to clip you. So that's why it's like
Yeah.
the last time I did a live stream pertaining to this subject, they took it down, gave me a strike and everything, and I was like, damn, like, because I didn't really understand as to why if other people can come on here and express their feelings and their concerns and their opinions without backlash, why should I? Because I'm coming on here and I'm talking about something that I feel needs to be said. But I get it. It's certain things that maybe shouldn't be said. But if you're going to preach this other stuff to the masses, it's like, why not let something like this be preached out to the masses? Because we need to hear this stuff. There is an agenda against us. It is. Now, I don't know if we got to go and find us another way to be able to express it where they won't try to silence us. Then maybe we need to figure that out too. But there is an agenda against us. It is. It's been here. We've seen too many examples of it. And it ain't no room to try to deny it. Ain't no room to try to deny this. There's an agenda against us, man. It really is. Like the stuff when you see pictures where it's got a black man with a target on his back, we really do have a target on our back. Charles D. Kirk, right? It should be said. Go ahead, Esther.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you. Yeah, basically what it is like we're, saying the front line to be pushed in front of this whole agenda. And it just, this agenda also, it just didn't start when Trump got in office. It's been started when the Obama ordeal.
I mean, I personally feel like we can't even blame presidents, not these current ones, like the ones with the past. I'm gonna say 15 years. You can't really blame them. I'm gonna say 15, maybe 20. You can't blame them. It's
Just not to put the blame. It's like I said. I mean, like I said, when it's agenda, it has to get funded.
Yeah,
It has to
it
be
has to
funded.
get funded. Has to be funded. There definitely has to be some funding going on because it ain't no way that you're gonna tell me that um, the way the agenda is given out and spread out through the media the way it is, it got to be a lot of money. Excuse me, Monday. It got to be a lot of money being funded to the agenda because if it wasn't, they wouldn't be able to put the people on the pedestal that they need to be put on that pedestal. If it wasn't, hey, y'all hold on right quick. SCL, take over for me real quick. I got to handle something. Give me like 1 minute. I see a wasp. I got to
I'll
get
take
this
you.
wasp.
Hold on. Let me. I just stepped in. Let me go ahead and switch to my laptop.
Yeah, y'all hold 1 second. I
Okay.
see a wasp on my window right here. Let me get this wasp. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the chat as well, y'all. Let me see. Dominant society. Yeah, exactly. Dominant society feels more comfortable when our men are less masculine. Right. You see this at work all the time. Exactly.
All right, I got him. Nah, his ass gone, Jim Marie. I got him. I seen him on the window right here at the back door that go to the patio. I look. I said, bro, is that a wasp on the window? Yeah, I had to get him. Got him out quick too. He had that little look on his face like, damn, he finna get me. Yes, sir. I am here to save the day. Now what was the one? It said it was a black wasp. It was a black one. Tell me the difference between that, Charles Kerr. I add this here to the one. So I can take the other one off, right? Well, no, we gotta get him on there. Y'all
Yeah,
get
I'm
the light.
gonna shut it down right now. Hold on.
Y'all make sure y'all like the stream if you can. I really would appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe. It's free. It's free to like it. It's free to share it. It's free to subscribe. The only thing ain't free is the other thing y'all see on the screen that say money sign Chris Law 1722. Y'all can drop your boy $1 on up, man. Anything. $1 will help. I might go ahead and go get me a little bottle of water or something. The cheap bottle, like some Nestle, something like that. You know what I mean? Get a little pack of
All right.
gum. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you heard me now?
Yeah, you good now. You good now. Ain't no
Okay.
breaking out.
Yeah,
But
that's the damn
yeah, like I say, man.
phone.
Hmm?
No, I was saying it was I was on my damn phone.
Right. But you proceed, man. You got the flow.
No, I was basically picking back off of you. I was just letting you know it was on my phone. But yeah, this is just real, man. I'm trying to catch up with some remember some good pointers you had on some things. Like I said, I was tied up at the moment. That's why I couldn't too much weigh in. But it's too wild out here, man. To the point where they gonna push you because what it is confusing our boys to the point where it's fine to be gay, then it's fine to sleep with women also. That's what the next generation after this generation that's coming up was going to think.
Make sure you saying the right stuff, bro. You know how they'll do. But I agree with that. It's like the agenda. I think the ultimate agenda is to make the black male extinct. That's the ultimate agenda, or not even the black male for that matter. Make black men be with black men, make black women be with black women. So ultimately, we don't procreate. If we don't procreate, we cut down on our generations being able to, you know, get deeper and deeper. So if you start to really weed us out, then we'll go away. I think SEL fell off. He'll be back. But if you continue to promote, that, right, then thus you succeed. Like they tried it with rap, with the gangster rap music. It was like, okay, like I know y'all have seen them files where the those record executives were actually talking about how they needed like more jails during the time when or more prisons were built or they were funded. Okay, excuse me. They were getting money to make more prisons, right? And they were going to use the gangster rap music to promote being gangster because anything that's said through music, it affects us a little bit more than somebody just saying it. When you say something through music, where you can get that tune and start messing with your spine, like every time you bob your head to a beat, even though I know you think that you just bobbing your head to that beat, it's a little bit more than that. Like over there with them tribes, like in Africa, when they beating on them drums and they go into a trance, you basically doing the same thing. When you find a beat that's real hard to you and you start bobbing your head to it, they could say anything during that song. You ain't really listening to the words, but your subconscious is listening to them words, right? So when they made the gangster rap music, and not when they made it, when they start promoting that to the forefront, what they did is they put this gangster shit on top of these beats that they knew was gonna make your spine move. Your spine is connected to what? Your spine is connected directly to your brain. If they was able to take your brain and pull it out without separating it from nothing, your brain is gonna be connected to your spine. That's why, man, you got like electrical currents that flow through your spine, like you. But we'll get into that on another. But yeah, it's basically programming you subconsciously through the rhythm of the beat. It's programming you subconsciously to go out and possibly do some of them things that they want you to do. So that's why they tried with the gangster rap music. But what happened was um, white kids started listening to it too. So they started fucking up. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, oh shit, can't use that. That ain't working all the way, but we're gonna keep doing that too. Then that's when the drugs came in and they just, cocaine was a little too um, expensive for us to get it. So boom, let's make a cheaper version, crack. But then what happened? White boys started using it too, right? So it was like, all right, so we got the gangster rap music in place, got the drugs in place. Y'all remember back in the days, they used to take in all of a sudden in the middle of Los Angeles or in the heart of the roughest area, a damn crate with guns and shit would be some kind of way it got lost in the neighborhood. What? It fell off the truck and landed in the neighborhood, and there was 100 assault rifles in the back of it. You think that was done by accident? All right. So what was the next way? All right. So boom. I mean, excuse me. So now the way is if we make them feminine, if we make the men more feminine and the women more masculine, no. Let's go before that. Let's get rid of all the strong black men out of the household. Let's start giving the women, let's start giving the black women more job opportunities than the men. Because what'll happen then? We can emasculate the black man because the black woman is making more money than him. She's supporting the household. The black man can't find a job. This shit is purposely done. Black man can't find a job. Black woman can find a job easy, right? So what do? That makes the woman feel like, oh, I don't need him, thus taking the black man out of the household in another way. See, they was doing it back in slavery time when they would sit there. Y'all know back in slavery time, some of those masters would sit there on the plantation and have sex with these black men in front of their whole family to emasculate them right there in front of their family to show the family that this black man ain't as strong as you thought. Look at him. Look how I got him now. I'm gonna probably take this live stream down 9 times out of 10 because I promise you they will try to delete this. I'll probably take it down or put it on private or something. But yeah. So now they doing the same thing again, but now they are not even doing it to us. They'll still do all them other ways to us. But now it's like, okay, so look, now what we got to do is y'all ever paid attention and seeing how when you see members of the LGBT community, how they all look like they just got money. Y'all ain't ever noticed that? They be the first ones on TV. Think about what I'm saying now. Y'all think this done by accident? We got Nurse Joy back on the panel. Whenever you want to come in, you can. But y'all think this stuff is done by accident? This ain't by accident. This is the agenda. What's up, Nurse Joy?
Hey, I wanted to add one more thing before I go. Now, what do you think about? I know people talk about conspiracy theories and stuff, but what do you think about NWO? Are you familiar with the acronym? I'm trying not to say the whole thing because I don't want you to get your channel messed up.
Talking about new
Um,
blank order?
yes,
Okay, what about it?
precisely. Okay, now I don't know if you're familiar with eugenics and Bill Gates and all of that stuff. A lot of this agenda that's going on has to do with Depop, and Depop specifically
Mm-hmm.
towards us as a people. So not only there are certain things I'm not trying to get too political here because I have my own views about certain things, but there are certain subset of people that don't want us to prosper and like reproduce and and things like that. So I really do think it has a lot to do with what's going on right now. I think it really does have a lot to do with that agenda with the new blank O, like what you just
Um,
said. And I don't know what
well,
your thoughts are on that, but I do think I've been doing a lot of research, and I do feel like that I think it has something to do with it as well. So,
well, I don't know if you was just listening right then, but that's kind of what I was talking about. Without saying that, that's what I was
oh,
that's what I
okay,
was talking about.
okay,
I was
okay,
really just sitting here talking about
okay,
that
okay.
the agenda to get rid of us has started a long time ago. Now it's just the experimentation on
Hmm.
different ways to get rid of, just totally get rid of us. The experiment is there, but it's been there. Back when we were, I was just talking about
Hmm.
buck breaking. I was just talking about that.
Yeah.
That was the first way
Hmm.
to emasculate us in front of our families. Like, here goes this strong black
Yeah.
man. Let's break him, by
Right.
basically doing it with him or doing it to him right here in front of his wife and his kids. All right.
Right.
So then so that went on for however long it did. It worked in ways. Then it was okay. Let's start giving, at one point, black women were able to get jobs quicker than a black man. So what that gonna do? Make the black woman look at the black man like he can't accomplish nothing, take him out of the household due to the embarrassment of not being able to support his family. So then you break up the black household like that. All right, so then boom. Now what we gonna do? we gonna drop guns by accident. A crate of guns get dropped right in the heart of the ghetto, and they like, damn, there's a whole man, there's 100 assault rifles in here. How did this happen? That ain't by accident. Somebody dropped it off. Then what you do is you go and you make
Right.
gangster rap music. So you take hip hop that started off as something positive and something to get a message out, but then you make gangster rap the
Mm-hmm.
forefront or the pinnacle of music, where it's like, yeah, because you know anything through music you're gonna listen to. You ain't got no choice. When that beat start pumping, them words gonna be programming your mind subconsciously without you knowing it. And if the young people get their
Right.
hands on it, they're gonna grow up that way and think this is the way they're supposed to be. Thus, what we see today. Then they did it with the drugs when they made, like I was saying, that coke was really for white people. It was more expensive. We didn't have that type of money.
Mm,
So let's get crack, which is, that's a derivative of it. But let's get crack. Crack is more
right.
affordable for the ghetto. Then what happened? The white boys started doing crack too. Then, so let's go from there. And now let's go to kind of back to the buck breaking. But since we can't just do it right in your face, we'll do it behind the scenes. Let's promote homosexuality in the black community. All you see on reality shows, you always got to have the one guy on the reality show. He's that way. I was just, and basically right before you came in, what I was talking about was, have you ever noticed that within the LGBT community, it always looked like they always taking trips. They got the best clothes, the best cars, the best jewelry. Like it's almost like, hey, this is the way you need to be, y'all. But that's being promoted to the black community, not the other one. It's been promoted in ours.
Right.
Every reality show, the Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, the Love and Hip Hop New York, any one of them, you always gonna have the one gay guy, and you always gonna have where almost all the women are bisexual. Why?
Mm-hmm.
That ain't by
Right.
accident. That's not by accident. Can't be by accident. You're promoting this stuff to the black people, the black youth. You're
Mm-hmm.
promoting it to them
Right.
so that they can be that way. So ultimately, if all the black men go over here with the black men and all the black women go over there with the black women, it take down the chance of procreation in the black community. It takes
That's
it
very
away.
true.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like right before you came in, that's what we was talking about. But I
Oh,
definitely
okay.
add your 5 cents to it. Not 2 cents, but five. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's just, and it's funny that all this spent off of what about D Wade, but D Wade, now you are part of the problem. And it is
Mm-hmm.
what it is. D Wade is now a part of the problem. It is what it is.
Right. And one other point I wanted to bring up was I remember you mentioning the Magic Johnson and his son. Now, I remember when his son first came out, as gay and all that stuff. And I really on because Magic Johnson is old school. He's older than me. I mean, he's in his late 50s. And back in the time when people were a little bit more covert with it and not as open, his he did not really, I really don't think he really accepted his son,
No,
and I don't know if his son got put on the back burner because right around that time he came out as having HIV,
right?
and then the whole HIV conversation came up. But I honestly think that, his son got put on the back burner initially was because, initially because of his diagnosis, and that was the highlight of everyone's conversation around the water cooler was him being HIV positive and, trying to raise awareness for AIDS and the fact that he was straight, a straight man having HIV and a black man was a big deal. So I think that's where the attention got diverted. But then, if you notice, his son has a show. I think he's been on a couple of reality shows and stuff. And if you see him, he wears heels, makeup,
Yeah,
and all of that stuff and
this is
everything. And
everything.
yeah, he's way out there, So, I mean, like I said, I don't have a problem with the alphabet community, but I just really think that there needs to be a little bit more control. But in their defense of some of them, I think some of them do are against the whole overt and openness of the kids being exposed to these kind of things. I mean, there are a lot of people that I follow on social media who are gay and who are conservative who are against a lot of this stuff that's going on. There's even a couple of drag queens that are like in our generation and in their 40s and stuff that were, the original drag queens when RuPaul first came out, and when drag shows first became real popular and stuff in the 80s. They did it. They were men. They acknowledged they were men, and that was that. But now you have like a lot of trans people saying, "Oh, we're women," and all this other stuff, and it's just a whole lot of extra stuff that's going on that I don't think nearly needs to be added to the equation. And I think they need to kind of live their lives quietly and let them do what you do, but stop influencing children to think it's okay. They're putting it in school systems now. I believe in California, I was reading an article about the curriculum is going to have, you know, things about gay people and stuff. And this has been going on for a few
What?
years.
But you
Yeah,
see
you
what I'm
didn't hear
saying? Like,
about that?
oh, like when I hear stuff like that, it make me cringe. Like I remember at one point, and I don't know if they did it or not. They were gonna have a school here in Atlanta where that's what kind of school it was for the alphabet boys, as
Oh,
you say.
wow.
And it's like,
Wow.
why are you trying to make this like it's okay? Like you're promoting it like, oh Jesus Christ. And Atlanta is the blackest city in America. Why do you want to
Mm-hmm.
do it here? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do
Right.
you want to do it? And then, like you're saying, so now they want to make this part of the curriculum where you have to learn about this.
Yep. In California, that's where it started. I think as far back as maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I was reading something about, yeah, they were going to start adding it to the curriculum. They're talking about adding it into the textbooks, sociology textbooks, and things of that nature. And yeah, it's really becoming more mainstream, so much so that it's they're starting. And then not only, and I could understand if they did it in high school, because a lot of kids, back in my time, that's when a lot of the kids were coming out. There was one cheerleader at my high school. I think I was a freshman or sophomore in high school, and there was a guy, he was a black guy, who was the best cheerleader on the squad, and he was very, very, very flamboyant. But he was really one of the only ones that was out there and open, the way it was. And this was in the 80s. So that was not really something that was normal back then. I mean, it was, they were there, and stuff like that, but it was more of an underground culture back in the 80s. But,
Was
and
yeah,
then,
I agree. I
and
agree.
of course, you had the drag culture and stuff. And the same gentleman that cheered, in high school, ended up becoming a drag queen, and I went to a couple of his shows or whatever. But and when I got older, but I mean, it's just, it's crazy because it's just too much. And I really think that one thing that I think that really was something that you didn't mention in your timeline of how we got to this place, I really think it stems from welfare reform. And I know I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for this, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Welfare reform, and fatherless homes, and men being taken out of the homes, and letting the government become the daddy instead of the man becoming the daddy, I think really played a huge role in all of this.
Okay, well,
You
so let's
know.
touch on that for a second. So
Sure.
I also had stated that I stated that they definitely wanted to do anything to take the black men out of the household. That's number one.
hmm Right.
So you're saying, like, I just want you to elaborate a little bit more as far as how you feel is about with the welfare system and how you think that plays a part in it.
Well, in the late 60s, the welfare reform came to the forefront. And Lyndon Johnson was the one that came up with the welfare reform, or welfare programs. And one of the stipulation, and I don't know if you remember, if you've ever seen a movie called Claudine, Claudine
I've
was
heard
in
about it. I've heard about
with Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones played the father
it.
on
Right,
a boyfriend
right.
or whatever, um and the social worker, because she was on I think she had like 4 or 5 kids, and the social worker came to the house, to make sure they would come and check your house to see if you had men clothes there, if you had a
Mm,
man in your house and all that. And that was to make sure that you weren't getting additional support from a man that would be working and getting assistance at the same time.
mm-hmm.
So, and even now with Section 8 and stuff like that, you could not have a man in the home that was able-bodied with you and be eligible to get welfare. Can you still hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and still get like Section 8 and all those types of subsidies and benefits. So it's always been a situation where the woman would choose ideally and choose, hey, if you want to continue to get benefits, you cannot have a man in your home, nor can you continue to keep having kids. And then forced sterilization became an issue as well. So back to the depopulation topic, you're talking about forcing people not to continue to reproduce because you would lose your benefits. And it's been said that if, let's say, there was a woman in South Carolina who was 13, she was raped by an older gentleman, and she got pregnant. And when she gave birth, her son was sterilized when she gave birth to her son. And the excuse that they gave to her was that because she never had a job in her life before, she was only 13, mind you, and she was a victim of sexual assault. And instead of treating her like a victim, they treated her like, oh, she's just mooching off the system, so we're going to go ahead and sterilize her and sterilize her children, because they said that she was feeble-minded, because she was black. And mind you, this
Say
woman,
sterilize, you mean?
meaning permanently being unable to reproduce or to have any more children. So
Gotcha, gotcha.
hysterectomies, stuff like that. So they gave her a hysterectomy, and they gave her son a vasectomy at birth. I mean, they gave a little baby a vasectomy so that he would not be able to have children in the future.
Wow.
Yeah. There's a movie, and I'm getting all this information. There's a movie on YouTube called Maafa, Maafa 21, and it was produced by an organization called Life Dynamics. And it has to do with how a certain organization here in the United States, that has to do with birth control, abortion. I mean, I have my own views on that, and some people are going to, have their different views or opposite views of what I have, but it goes to the agenda of why Planned Parenthood was created, and, what the agenda was behind Planned Parenthood and eugenics and all that stuff. It's deep. Margaret Sanger and all of that. So
What's
it's
the
like
name of the movie? Spell it again. So I put it in
M
the
as
chat.
in M as in Mary, AAFA 21, Maafa.
Okay, yeah. Just in case people might be connected in all the way. But yeah, like we need more information to be put out like that. Because if I
Yeah,
mean, you can't
it's
blame
been
us for
out for a
not knowing.
while.
Right. You can't blame us for
Right,
not knowing
right,
if we don't know nothing about it.
hmm
Now, if we know about it
right.
and we still don't go and pay attention to it, then that's our yeah, I shit. Like you threw some stuff on me today that I've heard of the Claudine movie, but I never watched it. And for me to
Yeah,
have the thought in my mind so basically the thought that's in my mind, you just clarified, you just confirmed it all the way that these thoughts that I got in my head, if I ain't never seen this movie and I don't have, proof to know this stuff is just coming out of what I think in my head, then I know it got to be true. The
right,
agenda is to take us out of the household, and for us not to be able to procreate as a race. If we stop procreating as a race, and I'm not talking about like like race purity. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the fact of if you cut down on the amount of black people you have, as far as making the black men go over here go themselves as well, it does generation. Excuse me, it decreases the next generation, and then if you do that one that way, the next one, the next one, next thing you know, we'll be extinct. And it'll be like,
Now,
well, damn, huh?
Now, one of the things I'd like for you to do, if you could, if you have the bandwidth to do so, is watch that movie. And anyone else that's in the chat, watch that movie, regardless of what your stance is on abortion and birth control and all that stuff is. If you really understand the agenda, there's legislation and everything behind all of this stuff, judges and people in politics and big names, big major names, people that have sat on the same Supreme Court that have said certain things. If you really look at everything kind of with a deeper eye and use your mind and kind of really think about and kind of make the connections with things that are going on now and things that are being discussed in that particular documentary, you'll see exactly everything that maybe you have suspected, or you or anyone else in the chat has suspected that maybe there might be some kind of agenda. There is, and there's documentation and evidence of all of that. So
I'm gonna need you
um
to go ahead and start making you some videos, Nurse Joy. You got some information that people need. I'm gonna
yeah,
need you to come on with it.
yeah, I really think, and I've been thinking about this for a while, because I know there's, but I have certain views, and and the only and only reason why I've been a little apprehensive about doing it is because of my conservative views, and a lot of black folks don't have conservative views, and because of where I stand politically, I may get there might be some backlash, but I really do think that the information is definitely necessary, and at least, if even if we don't agree politically, if at least if the facts are out there for you to see for yourself, then you can kind of make your own mind up. I'm not here to change anybody's mind or persuade anybody to be conservative or whatever. If you're liberal and you feel a certain way about certain things, that's fine. That's your choice. But I do think if you have the facts, then at least it could give you something to at least consider and to think about.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't really get into, whether somebody's conservative or not. If it's a fact, it's a fact.
Right.
If I agree with it, I agree with it. I mean, even when I come, I do what I do. It's just to be honest. Like, if you agree with what I'm saying, cool. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, cool. I'm not gonna be mad at you either way.
Right.
So I think you should definitely, if you have the time, make your channel, start expressing some of this stuff, and you never know where it goes. Like, I never would have thought that people would actually listen to what I'm saying, because the capacity that I was on YouTube for the past 4 years, I only been on YouTube just to cuss one person out. But but people, I mean, but for real, but people kept on saying, like, man, you need to make a channel, man. You need to make a channel. Then finally, maybe I guess it's been about a month and a half, 2 months now. I said, I'm gonna go ahead and make it. And some people actually enjoy what I'm saying. I always get one or two people that dislike the video,
Hmm.
but you're gonna have that. Everybody ain't gonna rock with you. So I think you should
Right.
definitely go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Because
I appreciate you giving me that support, and once I do, I'll let you know what the name of the channel is. It's probably going to be under a different name, but there's so many things. There's so much going on right now, guys. Everything from like the sex trafficking and stuff. I mean, all of this has to do with our children and an impact on our children, and and it's just not about these kids dressing up in drag and going to these conventions that are supposed to be only for adults. You really have to kind of look deeper, and when some of the things that I'm going to talk about on my channel, and even if I do it on, I may not do it on YouTube. I may use another platform. There are other platforms that are less restrictive, and I'll have to email you, Chris, about that particular platform I just found out about that doesn't censor people, because YouTube again is owned by Google, and Google is they're influenced by certain individuals. And if you put certain information out, it will you will get a strike on your channel and your video will be removed. There are a number of videos that have been released on YouTube numerous times in the last month or so that have been removed because they're releasing a lot of, things that they don't want talked about, so
Hold on. STL say it's no sound.
they can't hear me. I can hear you.
Oh, he said on his end, no sound.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait a minute. Can everybody else hear us talking? I don't think we would have had people just sitting here with no sound and not say nothing.
Hmm.
Can anybody tell if y'all can hear both me and Nurse Joy? SCF for you says there's no sound.
It's
Let me
interesting.
check. I don't think so. I mean, anybody else said nothing about it. Let me see. Where the hell is it at? Oh no, they said they. Okay, cool. Yeah, like the whole sex trafficking thing. That's so disturbing, especially
It
when I
is.
saw an example of it right here. My town
Mm-hmm.
city, I saw an example, and we got to take care. We got to take care of the kids.
Right.
Adults, we can try to do as much as we can for the adults, but these kids, got to
Yeah.
look out for them. I mean, because it is some sick. It's so many sick ass people out here, and the way that we get on this YouTube, and again, I ain't been on here that long, and I'm already seeing what's going on. Like this particular live stream, I know for a fact if I leave this live stream up, they're going to take it down.
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
if I come on here and put up a live stream talking about some shit that I probably shouldn't be really talking about, they'll leave that
Right.
up.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. I mean,
Yeah.
I get it. Politics, money, this person don't let those type of ideas get out. I get all that. But it's like,
Right.
why? Why wouldn't you want somebody to come on here and try to help cultivate the youth? Then it's this whole thing about should people over 18 watching this video? Should people under 18 not be watching it? Dude, I'm not on here doing anything pornographic.
Right.
I ain't doing nothing like no demonic type of stuff. Why not?
Mm.
Why wouldn't you let this be out? But I'm a put it up and I'm gonna see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I know the last time I did a live stream, kind of like this, but I ain't gonna lie, I was definitely saying some stuff that I probably should. They took it
Mm-hmm.
down and gave me a strike. That's why I made this channel. I was like, wow,
Hmm.
So
It's
I
crazy.
don't know, man. I don't know.
It's really, really crazy.
But
So, like I
yeah,
said,
I appreciate anybody that.
I was gonna I'm
No,
gonna
go
go
ahead. I'm
ahead
sorry.
and email you. There's a couple of other platforms that you may want to have as an alternative means of being able to get information out. If I do a video, it may be on that channel, on that other platform, and I have an account on there already that I haven't really set up. But I really encourage you to start researching some other platforms along with the one I'm going to share with you, behind the scenes, so that and then you can somehow figure out a way to kind of advertise it here and have your traffic directed over there for certain content. If you notice, there are certain YouTubers that will have either a Patreon account or they'll have a what you call a website, where you can go and you
Right,
can listen
right.
to the full content, so that's another option as well. If you feel like there are some controversial topics that you want to address that you may not necessarily feel that it will stay on YouTube, because a lot of that stuff will get taken down, and I've seen it myself. I've
Well, I
had
think
to
this
get
topic.
like a screen recorder for my phone so that I can record certain videos that I know are going to be removed from YouTube because of what they're talking about.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately.
think a lot of times. Well, I think the times where I did get it removed, it was the stuff I mean, I think the way I was expressing myself. I think I did pretty good today.
Hmm.
I didn't get like mad or nothing like that about the subject. So I don't
Hmm.
think I did a whole lot of cussing. And I tried not to say certain phrases in certain ways. So maybe this will stay up. We're gonna see. Let's learn about
Yeah.
Crystal. Back to the panel. What you got for me? Oh, I thought she was coming in. Um, Yeah, like, I mean, these are subjects and these are things that need to be get, that I think need to be heard. Definitely need to be heard. Nurse Joy, I don't know what happened. So let's learn. Okay, there she go. What's up? Let's learn about Crystal.
I'm sorry.
No, you can,
You can't-
huh? I can't hear what.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you now. I can't hear you now though. I heard you when you say hello, but I ain't hear nothing after that. We're gonna wait for Crystal to get her her signal to get straight so we can hear. But okay, she dropped off. Nurse Joy, you can come back in whenever you would like to.
Okay. So yeah, there's just a lot. Really, I mean, everything that's going on with the current state of the nation right now in the lockdowns and all that. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes that people just aren't talking about. A lot
A
more.
lot more. I agree. A lot more that we should be speaking on.
And it's
You
not even
know,
about politics. It's not even about politics, and it's not even about the Arbery case or any of that other stuff. It's much deeper than that. We're talking about people having jail sentences and people going to prison and having jewelry on their ankle. You know, it's that serious. And at first I didn't believe a lot of the stuff that I was being told and that I was reading. But then when I started doing some more research and started speaking to certain people, then I was like, oh, this is real, you know? So the agenda on the surface, it's there in our faces, but there's a lot more behind it that's going on that some people might be privy to, and and you follow certain people and you follow certain groups, and get certain tidbits of information. You're like, ah, okay, this makes a lot of sense. And with the Weinsteins and the R. Kellys and all that, R. Kelly, is just kind of a drop in a big in the ocean, like
yeah,
one
yeah,
little ripple in the ocean.
yeah.
you know there are a lot bigger people behind it than us, and I know it may not seem like it's relevant to the D Wade situation, but it is very relevant because it's attempting to make mainstream and normalize sexualization of minors, and that's a problem I have with it.
And that's why I say I tried my best not to get upset during the live stream because I know I would have said certain things.
Right.
But anything to do with messing with a child, it pisses me off. Go
It's
ahead,
sick.
Crystal. What's up?
Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to my
It's all
phone.
good. What's
But
happening?
thanks for letting me on the show
For
again.
sure.
When you said that it was an agenda, it's definitely an agenda. Like, and I think it's just not pushed on Black Americans. I think it's pushed on everyone. I was watching a TV show called Sense8, and it was about a bunch of different races getting together, coming together as one. And all of a sudden, it took a turn where everybody was fucking everybody, and it was all this homosexual stuff.
Huh?
And I was also, I was also watching an Asian show called Marco Polo yesterday. And all of a sudden, one of the queens put on a strap on and started messing with one of the other kings. I'm like, okay, the
But hold
powers
up,
that be is really.
is this a movie or a car? Is this like a cartoon or this a real show?
uh, these are real shows.
Wow. Ah,
I was like, wow, the powers that be is really promoting this
well, you know what though?
gay
It may
agenda.
be right. So that's one agenda. I think it's a bunch of agendas. I don't think it's just one. I think you got that agenda where it's like, okay, we have to make I like the fact that Nurse Joy say them alphabet boys. You know what I'm saying? The alphabet gang, we're gonna make that okay. We definitely got to make it where it's definitely okay in the black community. The other agenda is let's get rid of the black community. It's a lot of agendas. It's definitely a lot of agendas. So when I say the agenda, maybe I should say the agendas because it's a whole bunch of them. And
Definitely.
I'm beginning to believe that in a little while, heterosexuality is gonna be minor. Like it's gonna be in a minute. I think it's gonna be like we're gonna be looked at. No, not the minor. We're gonna be like the minority. That's what I see. Because I remember working. I was young. I remember working at Target. I was in my early 20s working at Target, and we had a manager. He was a LGBT black guy, and I remember him saying that him being the way that he is makes him more well-rounded. And I
Oh,
was shocked. I swear, I was shocked. We was all sitting in the lunchroom during break. We used to work the overnight shift. Like probably about 20 of us. And he was one of them flamboyant type, just twist and hold his hand a certain way, all of those type of stuff. And he said that. He said him being the way that he is makes him more well-rounded. And I said, wow, I couldn't believe it. Jerome Wood said, how about when Will Smith kissed his son? What, in the mouth? Like at his age now, he kissed his son in the mouth? Yeah, but they always said that about Will Smith. They said that about Will Smith. They said about his son. They said about the daughter. You know, they've been said that. So that whole family over there, him and Jada Pinkett and them, they into some other stuff. You know what I'm saying? They into some other stuff. We've been came to that conclusion. So Hollywood, we don't know what some actors some of these major roles. We hear the stories all the time. So, like you said, that goes back on what Nurse Joy been saying about how these kids is being taken to drag shows and they doing drag and you exposing kids to a lot of stuff age. It's a lot of stuff that I feel like not be. Oh, anytime, Crystal, you can come up anytime you want. I was surprised you dropped off so quick. What was I about to say? Yeah, it's certain things children should not be exposed to at an early age, especially at them young, impressionable ages. You just shouldn't expose them to it. Like me getting exposed to porn at 4 years old by accident. Look what it did to me. Look what it did to me. I found a triple X movie at 4 years old. Found one for the rest of my life. I mean, I can say for the rest of it. For a long duration of my life, I looked at women like they were supposed to do exactly what's in these movies, and that's what they was. That's terrible. Luckily, I didn't find wrong movies. What if I had found a movie where they were doing some other stuff? Probably would have been into that. Dig what I'm saying? So them young, impressionable ages, gotta be careful.
oh yeah.
Gotta be.
I remember, Chris, when I was when cable first came out. I don't know this. I'm a little older than you, so I can't remember the damn name of the cable station. But at night, because my mom used to work, she was a nurse's aide, and she used to work like 3 to 11, and of course, and I used to come home from school, and I was a latchkey kid. So of course, between cable and being a latchkey kid, and I had older siblings, but they were already out of the house. So I had full reign of that house, and I got a hold to the little cable channel, and stuff, and there was a little nasty channel, whatever, or a porno channel or whatever. And this was in the 80s, so you would think it would be a little bit more tame.
I
But
remember.
oh
I
my
remember.
God. Dude,
I
I'm like,
remember,
what
man.
the hell? And I got real curious about stuff, and that
SCL for you ain't shit. The fact that he know the name too, ain't none of us. We ain't shit. Mine was channel 43.
nasty
I
ass.
never forget. It was channel 43 in my house, bro. You knew when you go to channel 43 after a certain time of night, woo, it's going down. I was terrible. Like I remember, man, goddamn. Like I remember at one time, I don't know what happened, but channel 43, it wouldn't come in no more. So it would
God.
it would be it'd be scrambled. I mean, I used to be sitting there looking at the scramble with my head leaning back and forth, trying to just catch a peek of something. I'm talking about real. I used to be trying to catch me a little peek, man. Like, oh, I
Oh
know I'm
my
gonna see me something in
God.
between the scrum. So you know
Oh,
how the TV scramble, man. Please, but then,
oh,
but
oh,
then at some point they
oh.
had the little button on the box where if you kept pressing the button, the scrambling would kind of go away.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my claim to fame.
Yeah, I'm
That's
telling you.
but like you said, and I don't know what that did to you, but I know for me, like literally, I remember at one point I used to look at women as, bro, this is what they for. Supposed to be getting it on. And I had
Right.
to literally pull, and I'm still a little messed up now, mentally when it comes to women, as far as, just on that subject. Like I respect women and all of that, but I still have that animal where it be like, I'm trying to do what I say in the movie. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I can just imagine, like, okay, so let's take it into consideration. Maybe Dwayne Wade's son came across a movie like that. Maybe I'm saying, what if that happened in an instant
Or
like that,
worse. Or
or worse,
worse.
or
Yeah.
worse? Somebody touched him. Can we
Mhm.
blame him? So we
Not
can't
really.
blame him.
Not
But
really.
but you
Mm,
got to blame D Wade. You need to be sitting down talking to your son about this.
right.
You really do.
Hmm.
That's why I say I can't agree with this one. I can't agree with this one, bro. And I know my opinion don't matter to D Wade. He got more money than me and all of that. But at the end of the day, you put your pants on one leg at a time, just like I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
I can't rock with you on this one, D Wade.
Exactly. But you know what though? I mean, and this goes back to the lifestyles of the rich and famous and whatever little party stuff they had going on. Because again, like I said, we don't know what type of non-disclosure agreement his, ex-wife or his first baby's mom, Jaya's mom, whatever his name is, Zaya's mom.
What is
Um,
his name?
I
Is it
don't know.
Zion?
Does anyone know his name?
I,
Zaya or Zion or because his name, his boy name was Zion, right?
that's
Wasn't it
that's what
Zion?
I'm thinking. But now he wants to be called Zaya.
Oh Lord.
And you heard he wants to have the operation.
No, it's too early.
Yeah.
It's
He
too
he
early. It's
he
just too
want to have the
early.
operation.
No,
Come on
no.
now.
I wonder how his mom, because I mean I understand Gabrielle's married to D Wade or whatever, but she's not his biological parent. She really doesn't have any place or shouldn't really have any say in any of this. It should be between the two biological parents, D Wade and his baby's mom, right?
That's what
So
I think.
they need to be the ones to make a decision or put the boy in counseling because transition, I mean, and I've worked with people, being in the medical field, I've cared for people and I've worked with people that were transgender, and that is not an easy piece. I mean, you're taking all these hormones and and all of that stuff, and he hasn't even fully gotten out of puberty yet.
Exactly.
They should, I mean, the parents need to take them to a counselor that's going to be objective and say, hey, you need to wait, guide them through this. Hey, this is what's going to happen to you when you take all of these all this estrogen. You're going to get boobs and all of this other stuff. And I mean, guide and give him the raw truth instead of kind of enabling his confusion, because that's,
That's what
to
they
me,
doing.
that's what they're doing.
That's what they
And
doing.
it's
They
so
are
sad.
enabling. They
Yeah.
enabling everything. And like you said, I feel like, what if something happens 5 years from now and he don't want to be this way?
Right.
I'm
And
hoping exactly. I'm hoping and praying that they don't, because they got enough money to do whatever they want to do. They can get his surgery done at the house. They got enough money for that. What I'm
right.
saying is, I'm hoping and praying that they don't enable him to the point of no return.
Right.
Because if that happens, D Wade and Gabrielle Union and his mama, y'all have failed as parents.
Yeah.
Y'all have
Absolutely.
failed. Because my thing is, come on, man. Letting
Yeah.
letting them get his what cut off? Man, no.
That's too much. But you know what? But see, in kind of from a more realistic perspective in terms of the numbers, there are less than probably 1% of people who are transgender who do a complete gender reassignment surgery.
I bet it
Um,
is.
because it's number one, it's very expensive. And number two, you have to go through a series of psychological screenings and things of that nature to
Bet you do.
be eligible to even get it. There are the majority of the people who, and that's the other thing I read too, is that the majority of people that have attempt to get gender reassignment surgery are usually rejected for
I mean,
one
think
or two
about it.
reasons.
I've been waking up to this thing down here for 41 years. All of a sudden, I wake up one day and it ain't there. Man, listen. Hell no. Ain't no. I wouldn't care. That's why you see, like you said, that's why you see so many of them around here. They got everything else, but they still got, that
Their
thing that
boy parts. Yeah, their boy parts.
still got their boy parts.
Yeah.
Listen, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you finna tell me that that's a easy situation.
Well, some of them like it. Like there's one comedian that's out there. His name is Flame Monroe. And he will tell
Who?
you he's Flame Monroe.
Flame like a fire?
Yes, Flame Monroe.
Flame. Oh, okay,
Yes,
yeah.
Monroe. He was
All
on
right.
Breakfast Club and everything. He's pretty
He was on
famous.
what?
Breakfast Club show.
I thought you said he was on birth control. I'm gonna say for
No,
what? What the hell?
no. And he's a father too. He has kids.
And he ain't got no what's the name no more.
No, he does have his thing.
Oh, he okay.
That's my point in bringing him up. Because Flame Monroe he does not feel that he is a woman, even though he knows he's transgender. He dresses up like a girl and wears makeup and wigs and has boobs and all that stuff. But he has children, like biological children. Like he will get with like butchy, like mannish looking women and get them pregnant.
Wow.
And yeah, so he has 3 biological children. I think all of them are teenagers now, but yeah.
See, I be want to know, like, how do they feel about this? Like, y'all at school, it's time for the PTA meeting, or you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, and here come your dad is showing up with some heels on.
Right. But
Somebody,
he dresses in boy clothes when he goes to the school and stuff. He dresses because he flips when he's in performance mode and he's in his comedic mode and he's performing as a comedian and doing his stand-up routine, he dresses up as a woman. That's when he becomes she. Full makeup, looks beautiful and stuff. But then when he's at home, he dresses like a man. Like no wig, no makeup, baggy pants and sneakers and and all that. So
just saying, man. But okay. So boom, shows up. He shows up at the PTA. Bee's knees said the same thing you just said. That he dresses as a man and goes to the PTA meeting. He gonna still be twisted. He's still gonna be twisting when he walks. You can't turn that off. You know what I'm saying? He can't turn that off. It's still gonna be certain ways he say some stuff, and a certain way he gonna hold his hand. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be certain ways.
right.
There's gonna be certain mannerisms he's not gonna be able to disguise. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So that's why
Right.
I'm like, that's got to be something, and then that's got to be uncomfortable for him as well. Okay, so Angie says Flame is very active everywhere and accepted by his. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. If he's accepted by his kids, and because at the end of the day, if you can sleep at night with what you, Jim Marie say, I'm okay with situations like Frank Rowe because he's honest about his lifestyle. It's the down low man furious with one of my worst fears. I'm furious with that too, and that's the reason why I said earlier, in your mind, you can do and be whatever you want. That's the reason why you got to really watch your children going around certain people because this down low stuff, the down low stuff is serious, man. The download stuff serious. It be dudes that be around here that look just like me, wear they clothes just like I do, wear they hat like I do, might sound like I do. But secretly, when they behind closed doors, or in the back alley, or in the back front seat of their car, whatever, they'll get down with some of their same type. That's even more reason why Watch who your kids be hanging around. You don't know what go on in somebody else's household. You don't know what a child being taught, what a child being exposed to. That's why you got to watch your children when they go over other folks' houses. I don't agree with the download thing. I like if you that way, just be that way. What's going on, family grind? What's happening? Yeah, if you that way, just be that way. Family grind come from over there with the brain. Some of my people, you know. But yeah, if you're gonna be that way all the way. I would rather know that you like that than for you to be sitting there like, okay, I'll give you an example. So I like to give real life examples of things that I done experienced myself. With the business that I'm in, as I spoke on earlier, working around LGBTQ events, providing security services for those type of events. I've seen guys that come to them events that I went to school with, that in the everyday life, you wouldn't even know that they like that. Like one day, I distinctly remember working at a spot downtown. I'm at work. I'm standing at the door. People coming up. So I'm checking their IDs to make sure they 21 to come in. I look in the line. I see a dude I went to high school with. Now, mind you, I just seen him at the baseball field the week before. Cause my oldest son, he played baseball. I had just seen him at the park with everybody else. What's up, bro? Dapping him up, just like, But secretly, he on the down low. When he saw me, guess what he did? Turned around and left. We looked at each other in the face. I looked at him. He looked at me. He got out of line and turned around and left. Then, about an hour or two later, he came back. I don't know if he thought maybe I was going to be gone or what, but he came back. And he came on up in the line. And guess what I said? I said, what's up? I ain't going to say his name on here. But I said, what's up, cuz? And he was like, oh, what going on, Chris? I said, shit. And I gave him that little look like, damn, that what we doing? That what we doing? Or rather, that what you doing? Like I say, if that's what you're going to be like, be open about it. Be proud of what you're going to be. But all this being on the down low, behind the door, the back door, the green door, the red door, man, look at homeboy. And it ain't even no disrespect to nobody that's like that at all. Because like I said, I got respect for whatever you do. Whatever you do to get your rocks off, bro, that's you, my dog. Do you. But all that sitting here look-a-hooing and you know what I'm saying? You don't want nobody to know what you got going on. If you ain't proud of it, that means you shouldn't be doing it. I'm just being honest. If you ain't proud of it, you shouldn't be damn doing it. And that's my 100% real opinion. If you a man and you that way, but you scared to tell somebody you ain't proud of it, guess what? Cause you know that shit ain't right. You know that shit ain't right. I ain't never ran from the fact that I like going to the swinger club. I ain't never ran from the fact that I like having multiple women in the bed with me. I ain't never ran from that truth. I love it. It's shit. I wish they had it in cans. I go buy a keg of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't scared to tell somebody. My wife be a little bit more like, damn, Chris, why you got no? She a little bit more conservative. Well, she don't want to really talk about it, but I tell her all the time, you better stop being shy. You know what I'm saying? I tell her all the time, better stop being shy. You're gonna miss out. You're gonna be a woman that was right there that you could have had, and you're gonna miss the boat. You know what I'm saying? But to each his own. But me, I'm loud and proud. Loud and proud. Love me a swinger party. Love it. By the pound. Love 3, 4, 5 women at the same time. Love it. Can't get enough of it. Mona, what's going on? We got Mona Simone the Brain in here. We got a celebrity in here. Y'all don't even know it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and in case y'all didn't know, you know how everybody got their little names for the people that watch them? Most people do. I call mine the jury. Chris Law Network, this the jury. I'm the judge, y'all the jury. We're going to find out if they're guilty or not. I'm just saying, though. But, What you said, TMI? I'm just saying, Angie. I'm just trying to tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to tell it like it is. You know, I feel like a lot of people they be hiding, man. Stop hiding. Like I respect Mona because Mona said like she said like she said. You understand what I'm saying? Mona said like she said. Did what she like to do. Did what she like to do. She ain't afraid to tell you what she like to do. Now, although she is very outspoken, and you know what I'm saying, but it's like she gonna say it like she said, and I can appreciate that. Jim Marie said, "LOL, Chris hoarding all the bodies at the swinger park." Yeah, man. Listen, I I just I'm just proud of who I am. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if that's how you are, whatever it is that you into, be proud of it. Because if you can't be proud of it, that means you ashamed of it. Straight up and down. I ain't got no problem. Right. And you know what, Mona? See, that's what I'm talking about right there. My ear started itching as soon as you said that shit. As soon as you said it, my ear started itching. But Mona is loud and proud about the fact that she like to peg dudes. She do. I cringe at it. I think it's one of them things where I'm like, no. But she proud of what she do. That's what she like to do. So I can appreciate the fact that that's what she like to do. Yeah, when you say it, I tense up as I should. You know what I'm saying? But hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm responding to an email. But yeah, I can appreciate that Mona is proud of how she is. I can appreciate that. Like I wish she could come up here and tell Eric Brooker, what's up, G? I wish she could come up here right now. Mona, you want to come up? Say a little something? I've been on here for like 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? We going in. I woke up with a thought, and that thought has transpired into a whole everything. So I may have to leave this video up. I was gonna take it down, but I might have to leave this up because we talked about a lot. I don't really know too many people that'll sit back and watch the playback on a 2-3 hour live stream, but some people do though. Some people they tend to go back and watch it. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody want to come up. Hell yeah, I'm sure. Tipsy, that's the best way. It's kind of early to be tipsy, but hey, it's 8 o'clock somewhere. Family grind, you the devil's advocate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Angie. Yeah, Angie. That what Mona is definitely about a whole lot of stuff that is not my cup of tea. But the fact that she is proud of what she like, I can dig it. I can dig it. She proud of what she like. I can't hate on that. Can't hate on that, you know. Uh, but it's funny to me. Dwayne Wade's mother is a pastor. See, Eric Brooker, I needed you here, man. I know we went for an hour. I know we went for like an hour talking about straight Dwayne Wade. When we done said so much, bro, you're gonna have to scroll back and listen to that. And I think I dropped some gems. Nurse Joy came up and dropped some gems. Let's learn about Crystal. She dropped some gems. There was a lot of gems being dropped in the chat. You're gonna have to go check those now. Mona Simone the Brain, what's happening?
What it do? I'm gonna
Oh
have to
man.
share. I can't share it now because if I get out, then it's gonna mess up my volume. So I'm gonna have to share the live afterward.
Oh, no problem. No problem. What's going on?
Angie said she had to Google Peg.
She did. She did. She said she had to Google it, and from that facial expression, looked
About
like she
that life,
found out.
right?
Looked
There
like she
are.
found out.
Hey, Crystal, there are a lot of heterosexual. Shout out to the family grind too. Hey, Eric Booker. Hey, Bee's Knees. There are a lot of heterosexual men that like to be pegged. I'm telling you, Chris. I'm
I
telling
mean,
you, they
I
they
mean,
straight.
listen. I understand. We don't went over it. I get it. But
And you know what's so crazy? Like the bisexual dudes and the gay dudes, they won't let me peg them. Like they prefer a dude to do it. But the straight men will
that's
let.
retarded.
I
That's
know,
retarded.
right? That's the same thing I said. I'm like, why does it matter who does it? I can fuck better than them anyway. So
But first of all, why is you tipsy at 12:17 p.m.? That's what I want to know.
Well, you already know what I'm going through right now. So
Understandable.
yeah.
Understandable.
So
We don't have to
I'm
speak
in
on that.
Florida at my parents' house in the suburbs, and it's boring as fuck out here. And so, I just got to escape a little bit.
Oh Lord, see you
You
done.
know, like
See, look what you done did to Jen
mimosas.
Marie. I'm saying, look what you done did to Jen Marie. I want you to read. I want you to read this comment,
I
Mona.
think I'm gonna watch a little porn. And if men getting pegged by women, so oh yes, it's
see
Jen.
what I'm
It's a
talking about. Now
lot
let
of
me get that
women
off my
get.
damn screen.
Sis, get on game. I'm telling you, it ain't
What?
nothing like giving the man the business.
See what you done
Heck
done?
yeah.
You see what you done did?
It
Now
don't
you see what you
destroy
done
your
did?
manhood. Do you
Yes,
know
it
the
do.
type of strength you have to be able to take something in your booty hole?
I'm
Like
weak.
you a real man to me. If you could take that, you a strong man.
So I'm
I
gonna
do not feel
if you
like
feel
F
like that,
no.
if you feel like that would make a strong man, call me the weak guy. You know what I mean? Like, see, this is what I think about. I'm just saying, we got family grind in here. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what I feel about it. If that's what he want to do, cool, man. Knock yourself out. All I'm
Now,
saying, once you do that if you were straight on Tuesday and you
mm,
do that at 8 o'clock p.m., by 9 o'clock p.m., you are no longer straight, my guy.
I'll be honest with you though, bro. Like if
Like
you
this.
say I can peg you with like a 3-inch or like a 4-inch or a little 2-inch little peg tool, then that's fine. But if you can tell me I can stick one of my 8 or 9-inch dildos in you, nah, bro, you bisexual at the least.
It wouldn't matter if
But if it's smaller, then it's okay. You ever had a girl stick her finger in your booty?
no, I have not.
Okay, well, that's a lot of men have, and they ain't gonna admit it on this platform. But
Well,
I know a lot of men that let a girl get a little freaky and eat their ass and stick their finger in their ass. It's the same thing.
if I did it, I'm no, I'm being honest. If I did it,
Mm-hmm.
I would be like, yeah, I did it. Because I'm gonna be lying about it. I'm Chris Law. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I
Of
just
course,
know
of
that
course.
that's just not my area. That ain't my area.
Yeah.
Like
And
even
I respect it.
if
I
my
respect
wife
everybody
popped
got
up
their thing because I ain't finna let nobody play with my ass. That ain't happening.
and just say this conversation just went left. It went left, right, and upside
I
down.
told
You know
him.
what I'm saying? it went
I told
everywhere.
him
You
don't
know
let
what I'm
me get
saying?
out of it.
But
Eric Brooker
even if
said he
my
loved
wife,
pussy. I do too, baby. I hear you.
too,
I
me too.
love everybody.
If my wife popped up right now talking about Chris, I want to do, man, listen, you better find you somebody else.
I feel you, Jen. The glory hole is sacred. It's sacred for me. Like I've never been penetrated in my behind. But that ain't gonna stop me from giving a dude the business in his behind. If he want it, I'm gonna give it to him all the way. I'm gonna make it the best night of his life.
The best. And I think you need to go ahead and find you. Wait a minute. You know what? Now I'm gonna add this a better question. Do you have anybody currently that you want to do that to?
Yeah, I got a couple. Yeah. I'm working on it.
Working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you say
Sometimes they need a little coercion. You know what I'm saying? You gotta let them know it's all good. I know, baby. I ain't gonna look at you differently afterwards. Of course not.
hold up, we got Crystal that just popped up here. Whenever she want to come in, go ahead. So
Okay.
this is my question. Okay, what 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 about a man be like, yeah, he the one, I want him? What is it about a man makes you want to take it there to that level?
You know what? I love so many different types of people because I'm a lover, and I'm pansexual and polyamorous. So I don't. They say I have a type, but I guess my type is kind of like brown skin, light skin, black people.
No,
But
that ain't what I
but
mean. I ain't talking about that.
what is it about the man that makes me want to fuck him in the ass?
Well, I didn't want
I
to say all of that, you know what I'm saying? But
what it be them slick talking ones. It be them really hardcore ones. Like if he already sensitive and he saw that ain't really no challenge. It be them big ass muscular ass dudes that be like, oh, you could never do this to me. I would never let you do this to me. That's a challenge. I'd be like, oh yeah.
it ain't gonna happen though.
It's happened. It's happened from some of the guys that said I would never. That is like you better not never tell
Scary.
nobody.
You are scary.
I'm like, I won't tell nobody, baby. I promise. This is
Damn,
our
said,
secret.
that's the same voice you said in too, ain't it?
Exactly. Yeah. I
Y'all heard
won't tell nobody. And I won't tell nobody. I won't put his business out there unless he started getting online trying to put my business out there. Then we're gonna go there and it's gonna be real messy. That's why I never worry about any exes coming out
okay.
and saying
Wait,
anything
nothing.
about me because baby. So things have gone
So let
down.
me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so
Okay.
boom. have you or will you ever, if you about to do that to a guy, have you ever put a goddamn, have you ever put a and videotaped him without him knowing it?
No, hell no, I ain't doing that. I had to
Hey,
do, okay, let me tell you something, and this is something nobody knows, but I had to
look
do,
like
try
everybody
to,
gonna do it now.
right. Nobody knew before, but y'all gonna know now.
Okay.
So there was this guy that tried to videotape me doing that to him, but I made him delete the videotape. I'm like, you cannot keep that. Like you just cannot, especially at the time, because a lot of people, I just started being, a little bit more vulgar on YouTube because I just came back to YouTube. I had been on Facebook for a long time and popping on Facebook. And so when I came back to YouTube, I wasn't really telling everybody how I get down. I was kind of, how you test the waters or whatnot. So I'm like, you cannot keep that videotape because the first thing they're gonna say is, "Oh, Mona, you fuck boys in the booty. Like, why is you doing that?" So I made him delete it. He wanted to keep it like for sentimental shit, but I don't trust that shit. I think he probably would have been clout chasing later.
But that
But
wouldn't be embarrassing to you. I would feel like that would be more embarrassing to him.
you never know these days which way it can go. You know what I'm saying? Like people call me all kind of things for doing that to a guy.
They can't, but that's what I'm saying. I don't see how they could call you shit.
Right. Well,
You
that's true.
you doing it to him.
That's true. But he loved it and he videotaped it and I made him delete it. I'm
Hell.
like, you got it. And I went in the trash and made sure it was deleted. I'm thorough, bitch. I'm the brain. You ain't playing no games.
Oh yeah, you gotta clean that trash out. That thing be sitting there
Mhm.
for a long time. And you see what Eric Brooker down there saying.
Right. I'm checking the
That's what I
crowd and the
I'm,
cloud and everything. Sounds
I'm
like
just saying.
punishment. Punishment is
No, it's like
good.
no, not that kind of punishment.
Yes, pain is pleasure.
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
Right. Keeping the sex tape is not fly. Right. Exactly.
Ain't
I
fly.
agree with you on that.
Now I
You
know
don't do no stuff like that. I might run for
got
president one day.
I got a couple in my phone right now, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean they just in there. It ain't nothing I really even go back. I got like two.
Right.
I got like two in there. You know what I'm saying?
Like imagine if I ran for president, like put it in that perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because outside of the internet, I do some professional things. So imagine if I was running for president and a video dropped of me fucking this man in the ass.
Well, they know you aggressive.
Right. They
Hey,
know I'll bomb the fuck out of China. They get our time wrong.
they know you'll do that. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Ain't gonna be no doubt. Like, well, we know that she definitely has power. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
That guy, Eric Brooker, that guy was bisexual. He was bisexual.
And you knew this from the beginning?
Yeah, he ain't nothing in me. Oh wait, damn, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, I knew from the jump he was bisexual, but he was masculine. Like even if I date a guy that even if he is bisexual, I prefer masculine men. Like I prefer my men to be masculine, my women to be feminine.
That's like a double negative. So whatever. That's like a what you call. That's like a hyperbole or something. Like, come
No,
on, Eric.
it's a
Hold
lot
on,
of
Eric.
masculine gay
It
men.
ain't it. Hold
Like
on,
like
Eric.
think about it
Not
like this.
Atlanta niggas, bro. It's not
No,
Atlanta.
it's not Atlanta niggas. No,
I'm
I could say that a
born and
lot of
raised there.
right, niggas in Atlanta is not gay. A lot of times it be people that transfer in to Atlanta because of the idea of Atlanta with the gay pride and all of that stuff.
Hold on 1 second, Mona. My wife asked
Mm-hmm.
me a question. You proceed
Okay.
with your lecture. Give it to him.
Okay. Jen say it can go both ways. I understand what Mona is saying. Women can shame about sex choices and styles, whether they are aggressive or not. Exactly. I don't. Men have been getting pegged for years. There have been freaky men for years that don't mind you playing in a booty hole, blowing in a booty hole. I may be being a little bit too explicit, so y'all forgive me. But there's nothing wrong with it, especially if it's just a small device. A man's anus is the most erogenous zone. I'm just saying, don't knock it till you try it. You might actually enjoy it, especially if you getting your rocks off at the same time and you got a girl that's gonna pleasure your front while she pleasuring your back. I'm telling you.
I came back in
Yeah.
on time.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold
The
on.
transplants on are not born. Yeah, right. Not born and raised in Atlanta. Yeah.
Eric Brooker say I live in Savannah. My family got a gymnasium down there named after them. The WW Law Gymnasium. I know you know all about that if you live in Savannah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, like I said, Chris. She say Chris with the
With the
Chris
eye.
with the eyes. What you seeing? Shit, I ain't did shit. What happened?
Chris is not getting his booty played with at all.
No.
I can guarantee y'all that.
That ain't happening, bro. Like,
That's just Mona talking.
yeah, like I say, I'm gonna let Mona do what she do. I love it when Mona comes up here. You know what I'm saying? It's always a great thing. But it's just no, bro. Like I just like I mean, like I say, me personally, I just could never see it. You know, I
Yeah.
could never see it. I mean, I just can't.
You just gotta let her stick the tip in first.
Huh? What you
You
say?
just got
I'm over here. Look, I'm over here reading, and then you said that. I'm like, Eric Brooker said you got to be tied up. You better be careful.
right. Look,
Don't let Mona
women,
deal with somebody.
women,
Don't let Mona
women, take your power back. If that dude want to fuck you, you tell him he gotta let you fuck him too.
So I'm gonna ask you this then, Mona.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Brooker has already expressed that
Right.
that he likes you. You know.
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does. That's what he said earlier.
Okay. How tall are you, Eric Brooker?
All right, well, let's go. Let's get it on. Well, while we sit here waiting, like he ain't gonna
And how old are you too? Because
yeah,
I look a lot younger than I am.
put all that down.
I be getting a lot of kids that be having crushes on me. I be like, hold up, you the same age as my son? There's no way.
But see, you look
Yes,
like
never
that.
say never.
Yeah, I think she's talking to somebody else in the chat, not Chris Law. He 26. He finna tell you
Oh
how
yeah,
tall.
nah. Sorry, Eric. I mean, I bet you a cutie too, but my son is 25.
Damn.
Yeah, my son
Yeah.
25. You be hanging out with my sons and shit. That shit'll be weird.
But see,
I
my
mean,
question
I hang
is,
out with my kids though.
hold on, what they said? Chris is like, don't be using my yeah, I always that's the easiest way to get yourself on here. Look, let
Right,
me put
right.
the tip in a little bit. Stop playing now. Let me put the tip
Chris
in.
is like the male version of me. Like I'm like the female version of Chris.
Hold on 1 second. Y'all talking about let me go close this door. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, it's just let us stick the tip in. Put some little KY jelly on it. Because the booty hole ain't really got no juices, and you don't want the juices that come from the booty hole. So just put a little KY jelly on it. Be fine. I've never had any complaints. Just people threatening me not to tell nobody. I'm like, I ain't finna tell nobody. I don't kiss and tell. Yo, Alan, I am on a mission to make polyamory more acceptable in the United States, as well as female sexual or exploration. Like women should be able to explore their sexuality without being considered whores, be able to do what you want to do, screw who you want to screw, when you want to screw them, how many times you want to screw them, and do whatever you want to do to them. They will let you. Yeah,
Now,
it's
wait a minute.
always
What you said?
it's even gonna be a little fecal matter even when you just having regular sex, but
Uh,
it's not gonna be a lot of fecal matter. If it's pumping like that, something wrong.
I ain't never had sex and had no fecal matter.
Oh, you just didn't know it, bro. Yeah, all that shit be mixed in. Get a lab test. All that, even when you wipe, you still got a little fecal
Nah.
matter in your booty hole. So if you go down on a girl and she get
No,
all wet and that juices be going down and going up. You mean not to where you can see it, right? If you hitting
you
it
saying
from
that?
behind. I'm saying
But see, I don't do that.
microscopic fecal matter
There we
is
go.
everywhere. It's all down there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't be
But
thinking like
if
that.
I see some brown shit, dude, you better go get a fleet or something, because I ain't doing that.
A fleet?
Pig
What the hell
play.
is a fleet? What is that?
It's an enema. It's an
Oh Lord.
enema. Yeah, you got to get the
Oh,
fleet enema and clear everything out. So
let me tell y'all something. One thing about it is never gonna be a dull situation when Mona show up to the channel. So uh I really be in awe of you when you talk. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because
Oh,
of the way that you able to you just say what you say. I hate people who can't just say what they
yeah.
want to say. I hate that.
Right. But you met my daddy the other day, so you already know.
Yes, I did.
Now you know
Yes,
where it
I
come
did.
from.
This guy.
He just,
This guy.
man,
That's all I'm gonna say. This guy.
his mouth worse than mine.
I mean, but you know what? Even with that's why I told you. I can
Yeah.
appreciate that and I respect it. The shit make
Right.
me laugh. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Right.
know
Because he's just a real ass nigga at the end of the day.
because I know when I get his age, I'm gonna be the same way.
Yep.
Ain't no telling what type of shit
Yeah.
I'm gonna be saying.
Just a country ass nigga just say what they feel like.
Just said, "Oh yeah, family grind." He
Yeah.
gave me work. He
I
gave me
know.
the
I
work
was
of God.
like, Daddy, no.
But I wasn't tripping.
Yeah.
I wasn't tripping. You know what I'm saying? It was
Mhm.
exactly that. Hey, so
But later on, when we talked, he was like, I like that dude, Chris. And you know, he had a nerve to ask me.
what did he say?
He talking about, you got a crush on that nigga, don't you? I said, that's my homeboy, Daddy.
Well, let's be real, man. Like, I don't know why, but somebody always kind of like me a little bit. It is what it is. I like you too, Mona. You good people.
Oh, yeah, you good people too, Chris.
I can't wait to meet you in person.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna be mad. I'm gonna go live on my phone and say, look
Oh, we
who
both gonna be live. We should meet up when the quarantine over. We should meet up at Magic.
I can't wait to meet that magic. I'm trying to get on the stage. And my homegirl working
Yes.
in there. Oh, I got my homegirl,
That's what's
one of the
up.
main chicks in there. Her name, if anybody need to look her up, her name is It's Boss Tech. ITSBOSSTEC. That's my homegirl, one of the main dancers in Magic City, y'all. When
Oh
we
yeah, we
go,
definitely got to meet up at Magic.
I'm telling you, Eric Brooker say Chris Swingers Party, like he's asking, are Swingers Party fun? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, they fun. Even if you just want to come to watch, if you can go to one to watch and be a voyeur, and you know, if you don't feel quite comfortable yet with getting involved, it's definitely fun. It'll really open your mind to sexuality. Like I think like in America, and maybe it has a lot to do with certain people's, you know, religious convictions, and I understand that. But a lot of us are not exploring sexually, and life's too damn short just to not get every nut every way possible you can in this life. Like we are
I agree.
sexual beings. You
I
should be
agree.
getting it in.
Like honestly, I don't even like going, and I know this gonna sound crazy, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife know this. I don't even like going to regular parties no more. I don't
Yeah.
want to do that. A regular party. I'm bored. And I don't get me wrong. If it's a family function or we just, but once we get to drinking, man, I'm the first one gonna be like, now look, what we finna do, and I hope it got sex involved in it.
Right. Because you
I'm
know, in a
dead.
regular club, it'd be a whole bunch of people that want to fuck but can't.
Right. They got to go try
Mm-hmm.
the car. Like I don't need. Like I know. Okay, if me and my wife were to say right now, look, and we going to the club tonight, Chris. We're gonna probably go to. I'm gonna tell you exactly how our night gonna go. We're gonna go to a bar, eat, get
Family
drunk.
Grind says she a nun in the bed. Stop lying, sis.
I don't believe that.
I don't
I
believe
don't even.
that.
I don't even. I don't even. I don't believe it. I don't
I
believe
know my sis represented in the bed with her husband.
it. But before we go home, man, we're gonna do something that got something to do with
Yeah.
something. I
I
just
met this girl. I'm gonna tell you though, Chris. Some women I run from, like especially if they come on too quick or too fast and seem too desperate. I met this girl in the club one time. She's like, I just want to, you know, she just wanted to give me cunnilingus. She just wanted to eat me out of the car. She ain't care. I'm
get
like,
killed.
nah, like, oh, you bit too forward. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe because I can be a bit aggressive. I'm like, you a bit too forward. I don't know how many people you don't ate out in the car, and you know herpes run rampant through lovers of women. Like lesbians, herpes run rampant, and I ain't trying to get
Really?
it. Yes,
See, I
that's
didn't
like
know that.
major because we can't really catch HIV from each other because there's an enzyme in the saliva that kills HIV.
Mm,
So, but herpes, gonorrhea in the throat, stuff like that, like especially if they fucking with guys at the same time and not
mm,
being protected, you can catch herpes. Herpes run rampant. It's like over 50% of lesbians that have herpes. So you got to be careful.
mm.
I ain't trying to have no warts on the vagina. I got to keep it cute.
Message. We just got a good message today. I didn't
Right.
know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I
Message.
really thought. I thought that. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I'm really
It
shocked.
run right. I be peeping the CDC. I had when my cousin died. My cousin died. He was 20 years old, about 9 years ago. When my cousin passed away from HIV, I've been scared by every damn disease ever since then. Like I use protection, or I get to know the person well enough and know that they clean before I really get involved. Like I'm a freak, but I ain't a freak with everybody, with not just any old body.
No,
And because like it's one thing to have HIV, and that's not a that I know nobody don't really want to have that, but then herpes on top of that, like you can't even die from that. And if you symptomatic and you breaking out every month and itching and burning and all that stuff, like I would not want that. I wouldn't want that for nobody.
I can honestly say I've never had no sexually transmitted diseases, and I'm fortunate. Because like I told you before, I have threw
Yeah.
myself on the dice table plenty nights. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
me too.
like I
I'm me
remember
too
one.
to no sexual diseases.
Yeah. I've never had nothing, but I definitely know. I was so shocked. Like the first time I got an HIV test was a couple of years ago. I'm gonna say like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe at the most, because we was getting
Hmm.
life insurance, and
Hmm.
they have to do a test and all that.
Yeah, yeah, they test
Man,
everything. Hey,
I was
Piper
so,
Sniper.
I was so scared. I was scared, and I think it was like a week
Yeah,
before the test was gonna come back. Mona, I was scared as hell because all I kept thinking about was all them times
yeah.
when I was
It's
out
nerve
there wild.
wracking though. Like even when I was celibate, like I get tested every year, and you kind of got to when you know have multiple partners. But even when I was celibate for like a year and a half, and I had a test before I was even celibate. But when I got the test again, and I hadn't even had sex, I was still nervous. It's like you just never know. Like you
I don't think
just,
I could
I
ever be
mean,
celibate. I don't think I could be celibate ever.
I was celibate, not necessarily. It wasn't like a campaign like, hey, I'm celibate, I'm not doing nothing. It was, I was focused on school, I was focused on my spirituality, and sometimes you got to cleanse yourself and just not keep everybody energy. Like when you have sex with people, I truly believe that you bring on their energy. You know what I'm saying? You interact and you share things with them, not only bodily fluids, but their energy as well. So you got to kind of be careful who you share yourself with.
I agree because when you
They change your whole scent and everything.
it changes scent, but you ever had sex with a person? Well to me, it got to be more than one time. One time, yeah. But if you start doing it with them like on a regular basis,
Yeah.
it's like you feel that person even when you ain't near them.
Right, right.
So that's when
Or
I be
you
like,
be sitting at work and then all of a sudden you have a flashback and you start trembling and shit. Hmm.
yeah, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I done had that where it's like I used to then believe into that soul ties and all that, but then I started
Hmm.
kind of believing it over the year because it would be like, damn, like it's like I can
Yeah.
feel this person's energy and they not even here. You know what I mean?
Everybody that I've ever slept with, I still feel some type of connection with. I ain't saying they can still hit it. I'm just saying that I still feel a connection with them on
Ugh,
a certain level, on varying levels. Yep.
that's crazy. Like I don't feel shit if I don't mess with you no more. I
I
don't
do.
feel it.
But
You know.
I'm I'm a lover, so I love bitches, so
Mm. Now, do you are you into feet? You got a foot fetish?
Nah, I ain't got no foot fetish. I got a pheromone fetish. I like the way people smell. Like if you smell good, like your natural scent. Like if I can get up on the nape of your neck or your armpit, I got a scent fetish.
Well, yeah, you know what I thought of it. Me and you, we talked about that. See,
Yeah,
I
that's
got
when we
this look
became best friends.
right, and I think that was like
Hmm.
the second time. You know what I mean? It's like it's this one smell that women have, and some people
Hmm.
would be like, oh, that's kind of like a not necessarily like a musty smell, but
Hmm.
it's just like that natural habitat smell, like
Right,
animal.
right. That
You know?
smell good. I've dated women like from the islands and stuff, and like if you and also your diet determines your smell a lot. Like you,
Mm,
if you eat a lot of spices and onions, that's gonna come out in your vagina. Trust me, I done had my nose all the way in vaginas.
yeah,
So
me
if
too.
you
Me
eat
too.
onions and stuff like that, you gonna smell that. Like we gonna smell your diet. Like
Hmm.
I got a sweet tooth and I eat a lot of sweet shit. So I've been told I taste kind of sweet. I
Like
think it's
Skittles.
yeah, exactly.
Mm, mm.
Yeah.
Because I remember this chick used to tell me I taste like some bubble gum, and I like
Mm.
bubble. You know what I mean?
And yep, see,
Yeah, yeah. Now I know at one point I probably used to taste like tequila or Hennessy, but
right.
you gotta,
Some Tito's.
you know what I'm saying? You know, but that's for real though. Like I know women that literally smell like onions.
Yeah, yeah. And that's and no offense, but that's a huge turnoff for me. And I don't want to single nobody out. Like I'm a past that part. But there are some women that do have diets that consist of a lot of spices and onions, and you smell it through them. You smell it on them. And
Same.
I've always been turned off from that scent. And I could tell from the way you smell if our relationship gonna work.
Mm,
From the moment I meet you. If I hug you and you got an off-putting smell, we ain't gonna work. I can tell already. And I've met women and men that smell like a nectar, like a baby milk, with like a little underline, like must smell. Like, oh my
Like
gosh,
that.
that drives me crazy. I love that smell.
Charles Curry say, "Hell, you still smell a woman like a damn werewolf."
Werewolf, yeah.
I do feel like I'm part dog. Like my nose is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've smelled a woman before, and I said, "You on your period, ain't you?" She was like, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, you
Yeah.
right now." She was like, "Yeah." I said, "I can smell it."
Yeah. Yeah, me too. And you know what's so crazy? I got sinus issues and I can't smell shit else. But a person, I can smell everything. Like you said, the period, everything. It comes out in the pores. You can
Mm.
smell it. Even when you bathe, like you can't get away. If you got a strong scent, if you got a strong nose, we can still smell it.
The worst people that get out the tub and still be stinking.
Ugh.
It's
Dang,
terrible.
Bay is right.
I
Y'all
would,
need to soap up a couple of times. Rinse off, soap up again, rinse off, soap up again. Rinse off, soap up again.
but that be when they insides be fucked up.
And don't use that cheap ass soap either. And you could tell when a bitch inside's messed up because her breath stink too.
Yes,
It be
Lord.
everywhere. It come out of everywhere. If
Like
your breath stink, we can't kick it because there's something going on with you internally.
right, and that now because it's people that brush their teeth and they breath still goddamn stink.
Right.
You
Right.
got a dead skunk inside you or something,
Right.
and
And
don't know it.
I smoke and I be very careful about my hygiene, but that comes with so many years of messing with women because our intimacy is very close contact. So you got to make sure your hygiene up to par. Like I don't
So
mess around.
we got let's learn about Crystal trying to come up. Let's see if she gonna add some soft
Okay.
sour flavor. She
Come
she
through,
been trying to
Crystal.
she been trying to come up, but she said her phone was ringing off the hook, man. What's
Yeah.
up, Crystal?
Hey, you all,
Hey.
Mona and Jen in the comment section.
Yep.
I'm at work. I'm gonna get fired for laughing too hard. Look at this, you all. I'm at work crying.
It's all good. It's all good. Tell
That's
them what's
what's
going
up.
on.
I just want to say thank you for this laugh, Chris. You get me through my day. I'm laughing. I'm cracking up. My coworkers looking at me like, Crystal, what's wrong with you today? I'm on the flow.
You gotta
Crystal,
share that
you in
shit with her.
Atlanta? Crystal sound kind of cute.
Don't shit though.
I'm in
Yeah.
I said,
I'm in
don't.
Illinois.
Okay,
Illinois.
yeah.
Okay, that's just a
Thank
flight
you
away.
guys.
That's all.
You guys.
Hey man,
I'm
You
blushing.
can get flued out. Meet us up
man, we
at
doing it
Magic.
all over here, man.
Exactly.
We talk about everything. We making love connections, man. We doing everything over here, man. You need to share.
Yeah.
You need to share the live or share the shit with your coworkers so they know what's going on too. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right,
we trying to get everybody to watch, man, because ain't no telling what I might come up here and talk about. And then you throw
right.
Mona in the mix, it's a problem.
It's off the
I
chain.
Hold on, I think she said something.
Yeah, her phone broke up a little bit.
It's all good.
No, I
What
said
you
I
on you?
definitely shall.
Yeah, share
That's
it
what's
with them.
up.
I ain't even know.
Hmm.
Man, I thought I was gonna be on here for like 30 minutes. I'm serious.
It be that way sometimes. Look, when we go to Magic, Freddie's daughter is showing up in full effect in raw form.
Now look here, Freddie daughter. Don't you judge me.
I ain't gonna judge you at all. Don't you judge me, nigga.
I won't, because I'm just
Okay.
all of a sudden this. The same way I talk on here, I'm 10
Real
times
life.
that. I'm 10
Yes.
times that in real life. So
That's what I always say. Like, I'm like, if y'all have a problem with me online, in real life, you really have a problem with me because on the internet, at least I'm aware that it's recorded and it's permanent. In real life, it's off the chain.
I feel the exact same way. Like on here,
Mhm.
it's a lot of stuff I be trying not to say. I'm a say it this way, man. Meet me in person.
Mhm.
Go out and kick it.
Off the
Meet
chain. I
me in
can't
person,
wait.
man. Listen. Oh my God, you don't even understand. You don't even understand. And everything I talk about on here, I'm with all the
Yeah.
bullshit. Where we at? I'm with all the
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah. Real recognize real.
For real. I already know y'all. When y'all see this, y'all gonna be like, man, we need to be over there too. I'm gonna say
We
is
need to get
thank
somebody to record it. Like when we go out, we need to get some other people to record it, because we're gonna be drinking and shit. So we can't, worry about filming it. So we need to get some other people to film it for us and then edit it up later.
I'm pretty sure I can find somebody to do that. I just need you to do me
Yeah.
one favor. Make sure you leave your strap at home. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
what?
Get that
Why?
You know, leave your strap in the house. You will not be needed that night unless
So look,
unless
you
you
ain't never
extra enough.
heard me tell people how I got like 50 something straps under my bed because for years, my friends, for some reason, think it's funny to on my birthday buy me straps. And I don't even really use straps that much. Like I only use them when I'm pegging dudes. On girls, I don't even use straps. So I got a whole bunch of straps like I've never used. I got double dong things. I got
Why you
fucking
don't use
fat
them?
at.
Why you
I
don't use them on the girls?
I'm into tribadism. Like I'm into that natural sex. You know what I'm saying?
What,
Oral and
what's
rubbing
that
bodies
word?
against each other. Yeah.
Say that
Tribadism.
word.
Tribadism.
Triple
Yeah.
dinner?
Yeah, that's body to body contact. That's what y'all would call bumping pussies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just watched a movie like that last night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm into that. I ain't into the whole strap thing.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. I'm old school.
And then you said you got a double dome. What the hell is a double dome? What that is?
Man, one of my friends bought me this dick that's like probably wide as a Coke bottle. And it got two heads on each side. So I think one girl's supposed to stick it in her and the other girl stick it in her. And I don't really do the penetration with fake dicks. You know what I'm saying? So I'm never going to stick it in me. And, it is what it is. But I got one.
Mona
I,
Simone, Mona Simone.
I don't need toys.
I just like brain. I just like your brain, and I like when you give me some of your brain. I know that
I,
don't sound right to
I,
y'all,
I
but
give good brain. I'm intelligent.
listen, your brain is amazing. You know what I'm saying? I
I've
must.
heard that. That's what he said.
I'm just saying. Like I'm seeing it for myself that your brain is amazing, and as much
Yeah.
brain as you want to give me,
Yeah.
you.
I hear you. Eric Brooker say no dildo is better than real dick. I think that, in the LGBT community might get mad at me, but I do believe that natural sex feels better. I mean,
Hold up,
I ain't
hold
gonna
up,
knock
man.
nobody
Yeah.
with dildos, but the natural
Hold up,
feeling does
STL.
feel better when you can feel that vein pulsating.
You said right. Okay, you know what? I said that to a lesbian chick one time because we was having
Uh-huh.
a conversation, and she was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, her stud girlfriend uses the fake thing on her."
Hmm.
So I said, "But baby, that thing don't throb like I do.
Right.
It ain't got no pulsating vein in it. Where it's, you know,
Right. And you can feel everything. I ain't gonna knock her. Sometimes you just gotta work with what you got when you at working with a handicap. So I
I
get
agree.
it.
I agree.
But I ain't too much into the plastic works. And plus
What I'm
them
saying
things carry diseases and stuff. Like you can get bacteria on it, all that. You don't clean that stuff right. You can just really be if you wondering why you smell raunchy, maybe you need to be careful what you put inside of you.
is there a certain cleaning method? See, you know what?
Boil it.
Maybe
Boil
we
it in
should have
some salt
stopped this
water.
live and started another one, but it's all good. We're just gonna run all this shit in together.
Yeah. Put
This,
some
this,
vinegar and some
all right.
salt in a boil and boil it in some salt and vinegar water. That's
and
what I
then
was.
and then anything that was on it should be gone.
It should be, but always put a rubber on it. I would put
That,
a rubber on
that
it.
sounds so crazy. That
It
sounds so
does,
crazy.
but you got to really be careful about your vaginal hygiene. You really do. You
Yeah,
can't
you
just
ain't
be
lying.
letting people stick things in you, and then y'all throw it under the bed, and it done set under there and collected cotton balls and dust and lint, and then you gonna put it in you. That's nasty.
No, you're right. Because the worst thing in the world is for you to be sitting there about to mess with a woman and her skin smelling good. And it smell
Yeah,
good down there, and then you go to open that thing up and it smell like
yeah.
garbage. Like,
And once
oh,
you go in it, yeah, you come out. That's when you get the real scent. Because the outside can smell good, but once you go in there and go to hitting it, that real smell come out.
I mean, it just be funky.
Mm-hmm.
I done had that
Yeah,
happen. I
that's
done
so
had it happen.
disappointing.
What? I'm talking about you in there, you get to moving around, and that juice get to, and that thing, you be like, oh no.
Yeah. See, what you got to do is when you stick them two fingers in there, you got to hit that G spot. You go up. Like once you go in, you go up. You hit that G spot, make them get wet a little bit. They real scent, and then you swirl it around on their cervix, and you come out. You gonna smell exactly what they smell like. To
And what
know
was
if
that
you
word
need to
you
mess with that.
swirl it? Now y'all heard me.
Yeah,
You gotta
you got to
swirl it.
swirl it around that cervix to get all them juices in. You smell it on your finger. If you about to make my finger burn off, we ain't doing nothing. I'm not putting my mouth down there. No
And
way.
worst
I
thing
got I
is,
got pretty lips.
really,
Right.
I can
And
imagine.
imagine me with a bump on these lips. That's crazy.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. I
And
don't even
it
want to go
happened.
outside. I can honestly
Right.
say, I ain't never had no bump from nothing like that on my mouth. But I can. Let me see. SCL for you say you need to have a sex education show. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we
I
having it right now.
right. I definitely show up for that one.
Oh, I'm doing something else later on. I don't know what it's gonna be yet. Cause like I say, this right here really. I was looking at what's the lady name? Nicole Reloaded. I saw
Yeah.
her video this morning about uh Dwayne Wade, and I knew I already had some feelings about Dwayne Wade when he first was on here, letting his son had a half a shirt on and was promoting the shit. So I
Yeah.
came out, and we started talking about that. We done talked about
Oh,
politics.
I got bashed bad from the LD. I mean, because I'm pansexual, I'm not really in the LGBT community because there's not a P per se.
We need
But
to put one in there for
I mess with everybody. Yeah. And so well, they ain't got to. They already got enough damn letters. I don't mind being a lone wolf because I don't really do groups like that anyway. But I try to represent for people that are disenfranchised and that are ostracized and oppressed. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, because I feel like people should be able to be whoever they want to be, whatever you're doing. Even
you.
if I think it's gross, you should be able to do your gross shit. That should be your prerogative.
Right, it should.
But when Dwayne Wade first came out, my only issue was that I feel like as children, you have to guide them. When
Right,
my daughter was born, she has two older brothers, and I was dating a woman at the time, and I remember her coming out with her brother's clothes on, talking about she a boy. Like I had to correct that shit real quick. Like you can be what you want to be at the end of the day, but don't feel like you got to be this way because you got all this masculine energy around you. You know what I'm saying? Let it be natural. Don't feel forced. And I never wanted her to feel forced to either be gay or anything. So all of my kids are heterosexual. And that's usually the way it is. Like gay people usually come from straight parents and then we have straight kids. You know, it's weird like that. But I just feel like we got to protect the kids, and kids can come up with all kind of wacky ideas. You can't just run with it and start
right.
giving them medicine and stuff like that. You got to give them some time to see if that's really how they feel,
And
you know?
that's what everything you just said, that's what we have talked about for them first two. I'm gonna say for the first hour and a half to 2 hours of this live stream. That is all of what we were saying. And I'm glad you here because so I can ask you, as being
Yeah.
somebody from quote
From the
unquote
other.
from that
Yeah,
community.
and keep in mind, I was exclusive to women for 2 decades. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So if anybody in the LGBT community got beef with me, I'm probably more gay than one of them. So I'm just gonna speak the truth, and I feel like you have to protect kids. And not only, I mean, if we was having another conversation about heterosexuality, then I'd have another point. But my thing is, you have to protect kids. Gender and sexuality is two different things, but you have to protect your children and allow them to be their authentic self, but at the same time you can't allow them to get swayed by society, because there is a gay agenda. There's a lot of agendas going through the media, shit that even as a lover of women I don't even agree with. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like it's being pushed too hard. I feel like it should be natural. You know, like, yeah, we want visibility, but if every time I turn on the TV I see some gay shit, I'm like, okay, I see what y'all doing.
Right.
I get
Exactly.
it.
Right. Like why y'all force feeding this shit to us?
Right.
Like why y'all
Right.
force feeding to us?
Like
What
when I
Dwayne
like
Wade
when I started loving women, I grew up in the South. There was nobody I knew that was like me. So my shit evolved naturally. I think that some kids are highly influenceable. And if they watching TV and seeing this and seeing that, they go, and I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that allow the children to find their own way naturally. Don't influence them to go one way or another, because what's gonna happen is later in life they're gonna be confused if that's not their authentic feelings.
and that's my problem with it. Okay, so let's suppose
Mm-hmm.
like right now he is 12 or 13 years old. Number one, to start, when it first came up that they about to take the family portrait and you want to come on here with your half shirt and your fingernails, no sir, you would not been doing that. That's number one.
Yeah.
He
I don't,
wouldn't have been doing that.
Even as
Number
a lover of women, and like I said, 2 decades exclusive to women, I would have not ever let my son do that.
no. And then my thing is, then once you did it and it came out to the masses, Y'all hold one moment. Talk for me, mom.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I believe that kids sometimes can be caught up in, the environments that they're around. I certainly had a lot of gay people around, and I never wanted my kids to be misled to get involved into something that was not authentically them. I want them to be able to find a way. Now, if they, at the end of the day, they end up gay and they say, "Look, mama, I like the same sex," I mean, who am I to judge? Like, I'm gonna be okay with it. But as long as I know that nothing I did influenced you so greatly to feel like you had to be this way for my approval, or you felt like you had to be this way. And then another thing, and this is something that I struggle with gay men, like especially in Atlanta, the HIV rate is like every 1 in 2. It's like at 50%. So every 1 in 2, and this is CDC facts. This ain't no shit I'm just making up. You can literally go on the CDC and see that Atlanta 1 in 2 gay black men have HIV, and that is something that I always wanted to protect my children. Sexual exploration is great. Explore, but don't do anything that's going to cause any permanent damage to you. I would never want that for my kids.
I feel like the damage has already been done, but as what Dwayne Wade is doing now to me, where it's like, dude, I can't rock with you, Dwayne Wade, like, because I feel like, and I was saying this earlier, I understand him wanting to support his son. I get that.
Yeah,
He got a responsibility to do that. But Dwayne Wade, you are an idol to kids,
right.
especially black youth. You are idol
Imagine
to them.
how many impressionable kids now that look up to Dwayne Wade that probably are going to explore that way because they see the accept. And I'm
That's
not
exactly
saying
what I'm talking about.
don't accept your kid. Like, I get that, but at some point we got to stop just accepting what our kids tell us and also kind of lead the way a little bit. Now gender, I'm down with the gender fluidity and all of that, but let it be authentic. You know what I'm saying? Show your son how to not, and then a lot of people had this idea that just because you gay, you got to be feminine or flamboyant, and you got to be all like snapping your fingers and popping your
Right,
gums and stuff. Like, I got
right.
some gay men in my family, and they are nothing like that. They don't wear lipstick, they don't wear fingernails, and you wouldn't even know, you know what I'm saying, that they were gay from looking at them. And I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to be like this person that it goes by this gender purity code. I'm just saying, let it be natural to you. And we can't ignore genetics. We can't ignore testosterone. We can't ignore things that make you aggressive and masculine, that you are denying because you're trying to fit in with a certain subculture. Like,
And
that's
especially at
not
his age, this boy he don't know what he want to do three years from now, 2 years from now.
right.
And then if I
Yeah.
ain't mistaken, the boy really he been up here talking about he want the operation. I hope and pray
Oh,
that
he way
Dwayne
too
Wade.
young.
I hope and pray Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, because I think she part of the problem too. Because we were talking about that earlier, how
Mm.
she like to play in Dwayne Wade from from behind. Now
She probably pegging Dwayne Wade. I can see that.
she probably is.
Go
And
ahead, Gabby.
look at you, see, look at you. But 9 times out of 10, if she's promoting that, she's also the one that's probably telling Dwayne Wade, like, you need to be there for your son to support him. And you're enabling this bullshit
Mhm.
at this young age. I'm sorry, man. I wouldn't even care if he was 18. Oh, no. I want to touch on this while you here. Because I brought
Mhm.
up the fact that what if he goes to school as a 12 or 13-year-old and everybody matures at a different rate. So
Mhm.
suppose there's this boy that he think this boy is cute. But this boy, he ain't like that, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
But he's shy. But this little boy, he's shy. He don't know nothing about sex or none of that. And
Mhm. And he get
all of a
turned down.
thank you by a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Now
Yeah. Because
now
why
you
is a
done mess
12
him
or
up.
13-year-old boy even thinking about gender and sexuality? Like, why is that even a thing? At 12 years old, I wasn't really thinking about, well, by 14, I was doing a little, messing around with the girls. But at 12 or 13, I was not thinking about nothing like that. And I think that also, I think about my own life, because I grew up a daddy's girl. And even though I'm aggressive now, but I femmed out a lot, in my youth, I was like Queen Latifah, set it off. Now imagine if in my youth, 20 years ago, I was seeing all these videos about transgenderism and this and that, I might have felt like maybe I'm supposed to be a boy. because I was that, like, I used to go fishing with my daddy and everything, but my daddy used to always tell me, you're a girl, you could be a girl and still be strong and do whatever you want. And I was thankful for my father's influence because he never made me feel like I had to be a boy in order to be strong and powerful.
But see, I think with girls it'd be a little different in a way. But see, with boys,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be like I would. Again, I'm a little different. I found movies that I shouldn't have found when I was 4 years old. So I've always been fascinated by women, 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 women. But my
Yeah.
thing is, so let's say for the boy that don't end up seeing what I saw, and he 12 or 12 years old, dude, you shouldn't even be thinking about nothing about that.
At
If
all.
anything, you ought to be, looking at little girls like, oh, she's pretty. But this boy, he full fledged. He ready. 12, 13, he
I
ready.
don't, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this, and I know I always get flack from the LGBT community when I say this. I don't believe nobody is born gay. I don't believe we're born straight or gay. I believe we're born tabula rasa, which means with a clean slate, and everything in life determines who we grow to become. So we have to be careful about over influences of certain areas in life. Even though I'm all for the LGBT community and visibility, I don't want people that are not necessarily into that or they don't grow that way naturally to feel like they have to be forced into nothing like that. I think it should be a natural thing. And I still think that, the universe is the way that it is. And we obviously need reproduction for a reason. There is no way that the majority of the world should be gay. That
No
just
way.
goes against the natural inclinations and natural society, because we do need to reproduce for the human species, and that takes heterosexual copulation naturally. I mean we got IVF and all that shit, but I'm saying the natural way of things. And not that I'm all for the natural. I mean, we got fake shit in our life. People wear fake weaves,
Mhm,
plastic shoes, rubbers, all that.
mhm.
Like, I get that, but the natural way of things is never meant for everybody to be gay. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? That just don't, maybe like 20%, but everybody can be gay. That ain't gonna
right.
make sense.
Because that means the world gonna end. And that's why we were talking earlier also about, I think it's various agendas out here.
Hmm.
But just speaking from with the black community, they want black race to get extinct. They want that shit.
I was just talking
So
about that earlier.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, if they keep on pushing it where black men be with black men and black women be with black women, it decreases the population rate for
But
us.
let me give you some statistics, brother, that you might not even know. Did you know that most LGBT community people, we already have kids from heterosexual relationships? And that's
Okay.
how it had been. Like, I got 3 kids from my ex-husband. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us, we did do our just due to society, and we were fruitful and multiplied.
Okay.
Like, I
Okay.
know gay men with kids from straight relationships that they had first. I think that a lot of people think that I think the biggest detriment to the black community, oh shit, I probably shouldn't say this. I come from a multicultural family, right? But I don't like the idea of black people becoming extinct. I believe in black love. I support black love. And I believe that you should be able to love whoever you want. But don't dismiss your black counterpart based off of stereotypes. Like,
Gotcha.
love your sister. Like, all of us ain't angry. All of us ain't problematic. You know what I'm saying? Like, and even white women get angry and Spanish women get angry.
They
You know
all
what I'm
do.
saying?
They all
So
do.
it's like, and I date women, so I know. I mean, I've never dated a white woman. I've only ever dated black women, but I've seen other women and their attitude. So all these stereotypes that turn you away from black women, don't let it be that, because black women will love y'all fucking dirty draws, be cooking for y'all, cleaning for y'all, taking care of y'all, because ain't nobody gonna love a black man like a black woman.
And
Period.
I agree with you. I agree with you totally. And I don't frown upon what some of these people come on YouTube and be talking about, like I want to say like the Crystalline Carrisons or the Cynthia G's, people like that. I don't really listen to them, but I know
Mhm.
from what I've heard that they kind of try to promote dating outside your race. I don't have a problem with you dating outside your race. You do whatever you want to do. But what I'm
Right.
not going to do is sit here and act like all black women are bad. And then on the flip side, these black
Like,
women
all
that's on
black
you,
men are bad.
right? Everybody
That
ain't bad.
that girl hates me. You know that girl hate me, right?
Which one?
That Cynthia G girl, I don't even know her, but she don't like me.
Damn.
She don't like me at all. I mean, I get it. And I ain't for everybody, but she do not like me. I'm like, damn, what I did with you. But you know what I be thinking sometimes, and maybe it's my arrogance and my narcissism. When women who have never met me and they've never had a conversation with me and they don't know what I'm really about and they don't know my heart, I feel like they hate me because because the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. When you just don't give a fuck about a person. So when you tell me that you hate me, I think you really love me and you got a crush on me. You just don't have the strength to be the type of woman that I am. So when I hear that shit, my narcissism, and everybody got a little bit of narcissism, and not everybody has narcissistic personality disorder, but narcissism is a normal characteristic. When I hear that, my narcissism say, "Ah, she want to dig." That's what it is. She don't know how to act. That's all it is. She don't know how to come out with it because so many women that I've met, and this is based on my history, so many women that I've met, they be like, "Oh, I hate you. I can't stand you." But when I get them on the phone and I talk to them, before they hang up that phone, they loving me. So I don't even know what the hate was about, But
I
I've
mean,
never
it
had.
could be that. It could be that. I mean, because I
I
know
mean,
people
I don't
that
know. I've been on some panels with this girl, and I love dark skinned women. Like I even though I usually end up dating a lot of brown skinned women for some reason, but I absolutely love dark skinned women. So I don't even know what to hate me about. I just figured she don't know me. She just heard a lot of shit that's not true. If you want the truth, come to the horse's mouth, because I ain't got no problem speaking my truth. I speak my truth all day. I ain't gonna lie to nail one of you motherfuckers, because I ain't scared of none of you bitches. And I ain't scared of nobody on 2 feet and nobody on 4 feet. I ain't got no reason to lie at
no, I can
all.
dig it. No, I can dig it. I mean, I've never watched one video that she's made. I just know from what I've
Yeah, me either.
seen other people. Hold up. I've seen what other people have said, so they've given me those little tidbits of information. And from what
Who? Oh, wait. Shondell Pugh said, "Who gave her her PhD in psychology?" Oh, I love that question. Okay, so my brother, you may not
talking
know
about
this
you,
about me. Yes, talking about me. You may not know this about me, but Mona Simone, the brain, actually has 7 degrees. I have a degree in business. I have an MBA. I have undergrad and master's degrees in psychology and religion. And I'm telling you that all of us have a bit of narcissism in us. When it becomes dysfunct and when it enters the DSM is when it's abnormal, when it's an abnormal amount and it's dysfunction. All of us are arrogant or cocky at times. All of us are jealous at times. That is normal. It becomes dysfunct when there is this egregious display of narcissism. So my brother, I no disrespect. You could talk your talk, but your sister is educated. I got the degrees and the education to prove it. So there you go. I may not have a PhD in psychology. I can get that if I want to, but I have a master's degree in psychology and I took my studies very seriously. So boom.
and
Next
also
question.
I dropped the link just in case if Shondell Pugh wants to come up, and
Absolutely.
y'all welcome to debate that.
Yeah,
Jerome
come
Wood
on,
says,
brother.
how about Phil Scott from the show Advice shows that what? How
That's
I'm gonna have
not our nature. He said, what's not our nature? Was he saying homosexuality is not our nature or what?
I think that's what he's probably talking about. Yeah, that's to me, that's not the natural way things are supposed
I
to be.
mean,
And people try to combat that.
Shondell is saying, but it's not normal. It's called confidence and self-esteem, not narcissistic ways. Shondell, what's normal? Normal is what's accepted in the current place of society. It a lot and whether we can battle semantics all day. We can call it self-esteem. We can call it what it want. Some of us do feel like we the shit. I'm one of them. I feel
Oh,
like
I
I'm the
do.
shit. I don't give a fuck what you say about me. I'm the shit. And there is a bit of narcissism. There is a bit of and I'm gonna tell you too. I'm gonna even go a step further and let you know that that is normal for a human being to love themselves. It's called preservation. It's called survival of the fittest. You're supposed to love yourself more. I don't see a bit of narcissism as dysfunctional. I see that when you don't have empathy for other people and you overlook other people and you think you're better than other people, that's when it becomes a problem. But as for me thinking I'm the shit, that ain't got nothing to do with you. I just think that I'm the shit. And there's nothing wrong with a bit of that. There's nothing wrong with loving yourself. And we can battle semantics. You can call it narcissism. You can call it self-esteem. You can call it whatever it was. Trust me, at the end of the day, we're talking about the same thing. We talking about loving yourself, feeling like you the shit, feeling like you beautiful, feeling like you everything, feeling like you dope in real life. We're talking about the same thing. So call it what you want to call it.
Now, you know what? I'm glad we brought that up, right? Because a lot of people they actually throw the word narcissist around to explain why a person acts a certain way, right? So just so I can read it, and I know everybody probably already knows this, but um, narcissism is a mental condition in which people have an inflated sense of their own importance,
Brother,
a deep.
can I add a bit to that?
Please go ahead.
Narcissistic personality disorder. And
Right.
it
Okay. Thank
becomes
you.
a disorder. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I want to, you know what? Because I actually took
Yeah.
the word and put it down to narcissism. So let's stop.
Yeah.
Narcissistic personality disorder, right, is a mental condition in which people have an inflated sense of their own importance, a deep need for excessive attention and admiration, troubled relationships, and a lack of empathy for others. So the
Yes.
reason why
Didn't
I
I just
read
say
that,
that? Didn't I just
right,
say that? A lack of empathy for others. You look down on other people. That's when it becomes dysfunctional and a disorder. But a bit of narcissism based contextually on the way that narcissism came about. And y'all remember Narcissus, who was a man that fell in love with his own reflection. All of us have a little bit of that in us. You see, religion and different people try to teach us humility. And, you know, they tell us when we're growing up, you're supposed to hold your head high. But then when you get grown, they like you're supposed to hold your head down and
right,
be humble and all that stuff. I don't like the idea of humility. I believe all of you guys should love yourself and believe that you are the shit at the end of the day. Where it becomes problematic is when you're looking at other people and you feel like you're better than them, you have no empathy towards them, and that's when it becomes a personality disorder that enters the DSM. Like, just for instance, also, and I'm gonna give the mic back to you, Chris, depression. All of us have moments of sadness. It's not depression till it becomes dysfunctional and it lasts a long time and it enters the DSM. Sadness and episodes of depression is normal in human beings, depending on what we're going through. So that's all I'm saying, is that these are normal traits, jealousy, all of those, that's normal. It becomes a problem when it becomes problematic in your life.
understandable,
Yeah.
understandable. Because I mean, like me, I'm not conceited, but this gonna sound crazy. I ain't conceited. I'm just convinced that Chris Law is the shit.
You better
But,
say it.
but, like you said, when it comes problematic where I need attention, I got to be admired by other people, and it starts making people want to get away from me. So I ain't never had that problem. I've
And
never
if
had
you
to.
and if you're not getting attention, you're gonna be sad and depressed or
Yeah,
angry.
shit.
Yeah,
I
that's
stay in the
crazy.
house. I don't even like a lot of attention. Like I can't
Okay.
stand. I can't stand walking in the room, and as soon as I walk in, everybody looking at me. I'm the first one to be like, man, what the fuck everybody staring at me for?
Right.
And it happens a lot. It could be because I'm real light skinned with a lot of tattoos and shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
happens a lot where I walk in the
When I
room
be
and
in a
everybody's
club, I be back in the dark up against the wall. You know what I'm
I be
saying? Like,
somewhere, yeah,
I've
right,
never
right, right,
liked a
right.
lot of attention. Even with my 7 degrees, I've never walked. I'm not one for attention. I don't show my subscribers, even though I got almost 200,000 subscribers. I don't show it because I don't want you to look at that and determine my value based on my accolades alone. Like, I want you to look at the real girl and get a natural sense of me and feel like, oh, she dope just because she her. Not because I got 200,000 people follow me. Not because it is. Not because I got 7 degrees. Like, love me just because I'm just a dope ass individual. Without the degrees, I feel like I still would have been a dope ass individual.
I be watching this guy. His name is Kevin Samuels,
Uh-huh.
and pretty good guy. You know what I'm saying? He seemed like it. Rather, I think he
Family
lives here.
grind trying to shut Shondell up. I'm
No,
sorry,
I'm saying,
brother.
hey, I want
He's
him to
like,
come up like,
he's like,
because I
jump on
feel.
Shondell. She already know what time it is. That's why she trying to get his ass to jump on him.
No, I feel like, hey, anybody want to come
Mhm.
on? You know what I'm saying? Say what you got to say. You can say
Come
it on
on,
here.
brother.
You
Yeah.
know. Oh, he said he
I'm
at work
total.
right now.
Oh, okay. He's an RN in a psych facility. Okay, so that's cool. So you got a bachelor's degree in nursing, and you work in a psychiatric facility. And I have an undergrad and master's degree in psychology as well.
Cool. So
So,
that's what
you
I'm saying.
know,
Right. So
go
Eric
ahead,
Brooker has
brother.
seen him before. Kevin Samuels would be deemed to be a narcissist as well because he is sure of himself. Like he comes on, he have on his suits and shit, have on the, you know what I'm saying? That nigga he be snazzing. Now I ain't one to really rock
That's so
like that.
crazy
But
that they see him as a narcissist.
no, I was saying that I could I can see where they would see him as that because he's sure of himself. He speaks in
Oh
a
yeah.
way where he is sure of himself. He talks about the fact that he wear minks, he wear Gucci shoes, and somebody would say, "Oh, well, he's probably a narcissist." No, he has self-esteem. Like I would hate for somebody to associate high self-esteem with being a narcissist because obviously from what I just read on the definition, they two totally different things. You know what I mean? So um, not to discredit what Shondell is saying, he's saying, okay, so now he's actually agreeing. No, Chris, that's still confidence, not narcissist. Well, I think that's what she was saying. She was saying that some people deem Mona as a narcissist. I guess that's what she feels, and I guess some people have said it. She's just convinced in what she has. She's confident, and I don't see nothing wrong with confidence because if we had more people with more self confidence, maybe we would have less drug addicts because some people use drugs to cope with the fact of not having high self esteem. Maybe we would have less suicide. You know what I mean?
I
So
always go back to semantics. I think with Sean, I think we're talking about the same thing. It's just a matter of semantics. Like whereas he doesn't feel comfortable with the term narcissism, he calls it confidence. And I call it a bit of narcissism based on the definition of a narcissism that's not disorder. There you have the definitions that are in the DSM that becomes mental issues, and then you also have the basic definition or understanding what narcissism is, and that's loving yourself, that's admiring yourself, and feeling like you're awesome. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think we all have a little bit of narcissism in us. I think 1-2% of narcissism is healthy. It pushes
yeah,
us. So I think it's just with him. I think it's just a battle of semantics. He prefers to call it confidence. And on any day, I would back him on that. Let's call it confidence because it sounds better. But by any name, we're still talking about the same thing. When we get to an operational definition, are we not talking about people that feel like they're dope, that look up to themselves, that feel like they're beautiful, intelligent, whatever? We are talking about the same thing. So let's not make it an argument about semantics. At the end of the day, you call it confidence, I'm gonna call it what I call it. We still talking about the same thing, regardless of the name.
it's definitely the same. And I personally, I've never had anybody call me a narcissist or anything like that. But I can imagine that by me always being pretty much sure of myself and feeling like I'm Chris Law and nigga, that's what it is. Some people probably would, think about it that way. Um,
Sean,
Shondell too
again,
said,
you're talking about narcissistic personality disorder. We're not talking about the disorder. We're talking about traits of narcissism. Like I don't know if you can believe that a person can be sad but not actually be depressed. So you're talking about the disorder, my brother. I'm not talking about the disorder. I'm talking about the trait and the emotion.
well, I was actually going to read his comment. Shondell says, a narcissist believe that they are the sun in the middle of the universe, but a self-confident person believes they are the planet and are important, but it's not the center of the universe. Um,
How many minutes?
when you explain it that way, Sean, yeah, I gotta agree that a person that think they the sun in the middle of the universe and everything revolves around them, yeah, I don't want to be around nobody like that. But a self-confident person, I'm all for it. I ain't got no problem with that. So, like she said, I think that y'all both saying the same thing. Y'all both kind of saying the same thing. I think it's just the fact that when she said, I'm a little bit
It
narcissist,
sounds
once that word,
controversial.
yeah, once that
Controversial.
word,
Yeah.
right.
And I've had a lot of people make videos about me. Hold on.
Oh
I
shit.
almost broke my phone.
Oh shit. I thought somebody got
Hold
shot.
on. I'm good. What you got to do when you drop your phone, you got to kick it real quick so it don't hit a direct drop and crack your screen. So I kicked the phone when it dropped. All right,
Okay.
so
I thought somebody
yeah.
got popped. I thought somebody got shot over there.
Oh
Mouth.
no, hey, it ain't going down like that. I've been quickly pulled out the 4-5. So
No.
So I get what he's saying, but again, he's focusing on narcissistic personality disorder. Having a trait or a bit of narcissism does not necessarily mean you think you of the center of everybody's universe. If you ask me in my house, am I not the dopest and I'm not the center of a lot of people's universe? Hell yeah. It's a lot of and can we just be honest? Like I have some people that I date. I am the center of their universe. But we have this issue with honesty. Like we can't be honest and say what it is. Like we gotta be humble. I'm dope as fuck in a lot of different ways because of the things that I do and the things that I give into society and the ways that I help people. There's nothing wrong with that in honesty, and there's nothing wrong with me recognizing that I'm the shit. That I'm pretty dope in a lot. Am I without flaw? No, I got a lot of flaws, but I always put my best foot forward. And yeah, I'm pretty dope. I got some traits of narcissism. I can be arrogant at sometimes, but those are like less than 5% of my personality traits. You know what I'm saying? I'm more of an empath than that. And that's why I don't have narcissistic personality disorder. It doesn't, in order for something to become disordered, right? It has to be in existence. So how can something be disordered if it doesn't disorder if at first it doesn't exist? So they took something that exists and they said that when it becomes too much, now it's disordered. And that's all I'm telling the brother is that there are traits of narcissism and then there's the disorder.
You got Eric Brooker just said that it's good to be humble too. I agree with that because I know I'm one of the most humble people around. Like I am, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm humble, yet I'm very sure of myself. And I've
I think,
had women call me arrogant. I know I done had a lot of women say,
yeah.
"Oh, you arrogant as hell," and I be looking like, "Oh, I'm arrogant. Oh, so I'm arrogant because I was standing here by the bar. I'm arrogant because I was standing here by the bar and you came over and said, "Yeah, hey, how you doing?" I was like, "I'm doing good. What's up with you? Nothing too much." And then chick turned around and said, "So you gonna buy me a drink?" And I said, "No, I don't even know you like that." She told me, "Oh, I'm arrogant. I'm
Oh,
arrogant.
she crazy. I would ask her if she was gonna buy me a drink.
That's what I
How
do." I'd
she
be
gonna
like, "Shit, buy
come?
me
Yeah,
one."
you tripping? Why you think just because you the female you should get she should walk up to you and you should automatically buy her a drink? I bought guys drinks in clubs,
I had that
but
happen so many.
I'm aggressive like that, so
I done had that happen so many times, and the women get mad, like, damn, so you can't buy me a drink? No, first of all, I'm not gonna buy you a drink because you didn't let me offer you a drink. You walked over here with the intention
okay.
on getting something from me. And then, if you know what I'm saying, if I want to be confident, I'm Chris Law. Shit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I'm
I don't
Chris
blame you.
Law.
What type of woman in a club is asking for you to buy them a drink? I've never in my life had to ask nobody to buy me a drink. And I have people send me drinks from across the club. I'd be like, where did this drink come from? Like I got way too many drinks. I gotta get my friends. So I think it's a bit tacky for anybody to ask somebody else to straight up that you don't know to straight
Straight
up
up.
buy you something. That's crazy. I'd be like, hell no, bitch. I ain't buying you no damn drink.
I done had it happen so many times. Or you sitting there in the club and you got your green, you know, you smoking your green, and she come up and say, "Damn, why you ain't gonna pass it to me? Because I don't know you. What are you talking about?
Right. And
First of
don't
all,
know
why
where
the
your
fuck is you
lips
even
been.
right? Like, why is you even over here?" And
Mm-hmm.
then from that, oh, he think he the shit. No, shout out to I don't know you, bro. And you walked over here like I owe you something because you look
Right.
good. See, I don't like women who think they look too good. I don't like that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that'd be. Mm-mm.
I
And
ain't
then
gonna
and then think you look better than everybody else and looking down on everybody. Especially, I don't know if it's because we in Atlanta. It's a lot of beautiful women in Atlanta. So I
Yes, it
don't know
is.
why everybody feel arrogant enough to think they just better than everybody else.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what I do, and I do it purposely. If I'm at a party, okay, say I'm at a party, like a
Uh-huh.
house party, like a gathering or something, or whatever, and you got that, a few chicks in there, but you got that one chick that's in there who thinks she is the shit. Man, I
Mm-hmm.
don't even that be the main one I won't even talk to.
Right.
And you know what ended up happening before the night over? Because she's so used to getting attention from everybody, you know what she gonna do?
She chasing you down.
Why you so mean? What you talking
Hmm.
about? I ain't mean. I'm saying you ain't saying that to me all day. Shit. Everybody else was.
Right. You
Oh,
had
you need
enough
everybody.
attention.
Right, she need
and I don't
everybody to
like
say
girls
something
like
up.
that either. Like I don't like the girl that like to be the center of attention and think she all that, because a real woman, she doesn't demand attention, she commands attention. Like I ain't never got to go out of my way. I could be in the back in a dark area of the club and catch attention. That's a woman that's just
What
confident
I
in
like.
herself.
That's what
Yeah,
I
you
like.
ain't got to be the center of attention.
I don't like the woman that's gonna come in. She got to have the shortest skirt on with
Mm-hmm.
everything out, and then you say something to her like, "God damn, baby, y'all niggas thirsty. We thirsty,
Right.
but you out here with a whole cup of water right here for me. What you talking about? Like you
Like when you ain't
advertising
put on
water.
that dress, you ain't say them niggas gonna be on me tonight. We
That's what
know
I'm
you
saying.
said that.
I
Yeah, that
cannot.
shit
You know
crazy.
what? That's a whole
But
nother.
on the flip side too, I can't stand when niggas be like, "Oh, she a gold digger," but you around here flashing money and you pulling up in your Impala and you want her to see what you got. You can't call. Y'all got to understand, and y'all just need to be honest with that. You
True.
trying to give money to get what you can get, and she trying to get what she got to get what she can get. Like that shit be funny to me. But I don't
And
mess
I
with
do
them
agree
type of
with that.
people.
No, I do
Mm-hmm.
agree with that. The dudes that pull up, he want to show off the Lambo, want to show how
Mm-hmm.
much this he got
Money
and
he
how much
got.
this he got. But then you mad because she coming at you about some money? Dude,
Right.
you sitting here with your bank account right in front of her. Like, I
Right.
got all this. You think she ain't gonna want none?
And be having bad credit, but a wallet full of money. That shit crazy. I don't think I would ever date a guy that would just stand in there. I mean, unless we like in a club, like if we go wild out at Magic City or something, that's understandable. But if you just always flashing money and talk about how much money you got, I am not even turned on. Cause I know real money and I know new money from old money. And I know that little money you bragging on ain't shit. Cause I'll run through that shit in a couple of days. So don't.
Ain't nothing
Please
like a
don't.
nigga with some new money.
Because I'll put your mouth where your bag is. Boy, don't play with me. My
I want to
bills
answer this
alone.
question. I want to answer this question. We got Mr. E say, do you think the true problem is? He says, do you think that the true problem is no true black unity? Blacks will walk right past and not speak post Corona.
Mm-hmm.
We actually was talking about this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
There is no unification amongst the blacks. There is no unity. We
You
not
know what
together.
the
That's the
issue
reason why we
is?
can't make no move.
All skin folk ain't kin folk, but when it comes to American descendants of African, we should be, because we share a common history. So regardless of the tribes that we came from, because see, we look at white people and we recognize that some of them are German, some of them are Russian, some of them are Italian and this and that. But when we look at black people, we tend to put us all in the same category. But in actuality, we come from different tribes. Africa is not a country, it's a whole fucking continent. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So you have different tribes. And I do believe within us is this tribal instinct of self-preservation and this and that. But we don't have unity. And that is a problem, especially among American descendants of Africans, because we share a common history and we share a common oppression and we share a common goal. And that is for the betterment of black people. So yeah, we should unify. We definitely should unify. But all these skin folk ain't kin folk.
I look at it like we always worrying about what the other one got. So we jealous of each other, number one.
Mm-hmm. The Joneses.
Definitely jealous of each other. And the fact that we don't respect the lives of other black people, but we expect for the other races to respect what we don't respect.
Preach.
Like I ain't gonna get into the stuff about Ahmaud Arbery because I know everybody got their own feelings. But one thing that comes out of that, we got to stop being so ready to fight when somebody white do something to us. We got to be ready to fight when they do something to us. Be ready to fight when Pookie killed Ray Ray. Let's be ready to fight too.
Yep.
Don't just worry about when Billy
Yeah.
killed
Because
Ray Ray.
Black lives matter regardless of who kills them.
Exactly, they all matter. So we got to be ready to stand up and fight and make sure people get arrested for when whoever, like, don't be so easy to turn the blind eye when it
Y'all
happened
be
in your
talking
own
about
community.
free Pookie, and Pookie done killed like 8 niggas, but then y'all turn around and talk about Black lives matter,
Come on
but
now.
with a free Pookie shirt on.
Come on now.
Don't get me to
Like,
preaching.
we got to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
Get mad when I talk like that, but we got to stop that. But we do it all the
Yeah.
time. Like you said, black man kill black man, we good. We gone about our business. We go eat our food. It's
Mm-hmm.
all good. White
Them
man
niggas
kill
had an
black man.
issue. Mm-hmm.
Right, man, they had a problem. They had been beefing. They've been beefing for a
Yeah.
long time. White man kill a black man. we got to go call Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. We trying to go call everybody. Like, look, we got to go have a parade. We ain't gonna eat at Lenox Square Mall no more. Like, but damn, and it got to.
And I'm not encouraging violence. But like I was telling Family Grind earlier, we was on the phone. I'm so sick of this damn marching. If your marching don't come up with a backup plan, and like Family Grind said, march your ass down to that police station and start filing some damn complaints. Like we really got to put in that action and stop just standing around there holding signs.
That's what. So we was on STL.
And don't burn up your neighborhood. But I'm not saying
I know
this
you
if
about.
the feds is
I know what you
watching.
finna say. I know what you
Okay,
finna
all
say.
right. I ain't even gotta say it. You burning up the wrong place.
You burning up the wrong place. You want to go down to the courthouse and you want to sit on the courthouse steps. No, take your ass. When y'all get down into the courthouse, bum rush into the courtroom where it's going on. Stop going to jail. We just gonna stand outside and sing and all that shit. Damn all that. Like Mona say, why you gonna come to County Road and tear every damn thing up? Take your ass over there to North Druid Hill and tear some shit up over there.
Just don't bring your ass to Cherokee County.
I'm just saying, like, if we gonna unify, let's do it. Like this situation that's going on right now with Ahmaud Arbery, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say I'm leaning more towards 60% they're gonna go to jail, but the 40% that they not is because of what we just see usually be going on and how they try to depict the black man already. They got the videos out of him doing this and doing that, so they already trying to discredit his life anyway to say that he was just a bad apple. You dig what I'm saying? But the other 60% is because of the corruption that was going on within that county, and they was already investigating. And now that the GBI has gotten involved, they might have to end up making them white guys example. Like, y'all gonna have to go to jail for this shit. But
that's the feds, the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Yeah.
Right. Once they get involved, it's a whole new light on the situation now.
Yeah.
But
one thing, not to bring up old shit, but because it'll never get old for me, but Trayvon Martin, and because I'm a mother of black sons, that really bothered me. Like that shook me. And when people were saying, oh, he tried to fight him and this and that, what would you do if some crazy ass white man you don't even know that followed you for miles? Of course you're gonna be on defense. And I felt like they really overlooked the fact that Trayvon Martin had a right to stand his ground. So regardless, and I can't stand when we come out like if some white people murder me and racist intent, it's a whole bunch of shit you could probably show and say, oh, Mona's a bad apple, depending on how you cut it up, but I'm never gonna go out there and start nothing with nobody. Anything that I ever do will always be in self-defense. Like I'm not a starter, I'm a finisher. I'm not gonna start nothing with nobody. I even try and talk it through. But at the moment you put your hands on me, you better know how to fight because it's going down.
I can remember when I first heard that Trayvon Martin story when they said he took off running and then he got to the back of where his daddy was staying. He got to that little open area, and then that's when George Zimmerman approached him. So my thoughts are, what would anybody do? This dude been following me. I don't know what's going on. I take off running because I don't know what's going on. I take off running. This guy obviously gets out of the car and chases me down. Finds me, and then he's up in my face, and I'm gonna defend myself like, man, bro, you know what I'm saying? Why you in my face and all this? And then we get into a
and
scuffle.
I'm from Florida, and it is very much segregated. And if some white people was chasing me, I would assume that they had ill intent. And that's another thing. Like black people, I know y'all be scared of guns because y'all be clutching y'all Bible and stuff like that. Get you a fucking CWP. Get you a concealed weapons permit. Start carrying some fucking guns because they will stop attacking us if they felt like that we could retaliate or defend ourselves. They attack us because they know most of us ain't gonna fight back. We're very docile as people, and that annoys me that we are so docile.
But we will fight each other,
won't we?
But we be reluctant to sit here and fight a white person. It'd be like, all right, man, like y'all chill out. But with a black person, man, who you talking to? Who you talking to?
Quick.
We on go. We ready for any action that's gonna come with it. But with a white man, like, man, why you messing with me? Wait a minute, why you toning down for him? Instead of him being ready to do whatever you gotta do.
I'm gonna let you know, in self-defense, if the feds is listening, in self-defense, I will shoot your ass. I don't care what color you is. If you are putting my life in jeopardy, your ass. Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. When
Oh,
it
we got
comes to
Shondell coming up.
when it comes to black people, I may shoot your ass in the leg. But if you're trying to kill me, it's definitely on and popping.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop what I got to pop. What's going on,
Hey, what's going on,
Shondell?
Chris? How you doing?
I can't
What's
Hey,
complain,
up,
brother.
Shondell?
hey, how's everybody? Hey, ladies, how you doing? Hey, Chris, what's going
Hey,
on? I
chilling,
respect the
chilling.
titles going on, and I know we had a little talk about this narcissism thing, which is just, it's just fun jabbing, that's all. But a
Yeah.
lot of things that you did say, I respect it, and there's true. The only point that I was making is not making terms or conditions normal. So being a narcissist is like somebody who drinks alcohol a lot. You can't say it's normal because it becomes a problem, which I know that goes over to the DM stages. But what I was saying that self-confidence and narcissism is being intertwined so much that people don't know the clear definition between the both. So when you
Hmm.
saying a person is a narcissist, you mean that that's a person who thinks of themselves above anybody else.
No,
It
no, brother. I
that's
didn't
could
say.
wait. No, I'm just
I'm
saying
gonna let you
most people.
finish, but I didn't say
Okay,
that the person
let
was a
let me.
narcissist. I said they had traits of narcissism. But go
Okay,
ahead, brother.
okay. I get you. Yeah. I
Hmm.
agree with you. I truly agree with you, and I retract any statement that's saying that you said. I'll say it like this:
Cool,
most
cool.
people believe that's what the term narcissist mean. Okay, even if it's traits of a
You're right.
narcissist. Okay, self-confidence and narcissists do overlap in traits sometimes. Feeling
Hmm.
confidence in yourself, like you say, Chris, and I feel the same thing. I feel like I'm the shit sometimes. I'm doing the good things in life, but I don't look at myself having narcissistic traits or narcissism at all. I look at myself as being
Hmm.
self-confident, not narcissism at all.
Hmm.
Zero. Because you're talking about
Hmm.
a whole different level of more than self-confidence, more than self-esteem when you come to narcissism. Now, it's nothing wrong with
Hmm.
having that if you feel that you got it under control and it don't becomes a problem, but that's just that's two terms that's been intertwined too much, and I've heard it a lot. That's why I have chimed in on that because I've heard a lot of people use that term wrong a
Hmm.
lot.
And that's why I actually agree with you. I began arguing that it's not narcissistic personality disorder, it's confidence. But then I realized you got to sort of meet people with a level of understanding.
Oh yeah.
And this is what I want people to understand: the difference between traits of narcissism versus narcissistic personality disorder. And I'm gonna just run a few of them down. If you
Hey,
have a
y'all go ahead. I'm gonna be right
sense
back. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Y'all
If
All
you
right,
have
Chris.
a sense of self-importance,
Okay.
an admiration for attention and admiration for others, if
Okay.
you when it becomes narcissistic personality disorder is when there's an inflated sense of self-importance, when there is a deep need or excessive, and those are the operational definitions. Now, in order for
Right.
us to come to a place of dysfunction, a thing has to first exist. And see, we agree, but the reason why I take this angle, because I don't want people to point out just because you see that I feel like I'm important in some people's lives or in a certain situation, I don't want you to say that I have narcissistic personality disorder. I want you to recognize that this is a part of natural human existence, that there are going to
Correct.
be times when we're going to feel important. There's nothing wrong with liking a little bit of attention. You know what I'm saying? When I get G'd up
Mm-hmm.
and I go in a club, I like a little bit of attention. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That should not be demonized. And that's why I
Mm-hmm.
like to separate the idea from having narcissistic traits or a bit of
Mm-hmm.
narcissism, a little touch of narcissism versus narcissistic personality disorder. Because everybody wants to go to the DSM, they want to go to the disorder phase, but
Yeah.
these personality traits exist without being disordered, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of jealousy. You know what I'm saying? There a little
Mm-hmm.
bit. But when it
Yeah.
becomes too much and it becomes dysfunctional, that becomes when it becomes an issue. So I'm just a
Okay.
realist. And so I can admit that, yeah, I got a few traits of narcissism. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I think I'm the
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm also confident. I
Yeah.
think I'm great. I think I do great things. Am I dysfunctional where I can't sleep, eat, or shit and I'm craving that? No.
That's when it
Okay.
becomes a
Okay.
problem. So we actually do agree, but I've taken a different
Oh yeah.
approach because I realized that these
Cool.
knuckleheads, they ain't gonna understand confidence. They still gonna see it.
Yeah.
No, she's a narcissist. So I'm saying, yeah, okay, I'm a bit
Yeah.
narcissistic, but I don't have narcissistic personality disorder because it's not dysfunctional, and you got the
Okay.
same traits. So that's,
Yeah.
we're not
I agree
necessarily
with you
disagreeing.
100%. You just said something, just knowing the difference, knowing when, hey, I'm acting like this a little bit too much. I have to tone this
Exactly.
down because this is not healthy. So that's the point where I was trying to get to, just to know the difference.
Yes.
Maybe I was wording it wrong, and you know how it is when you're typing, and I'm sneaking and type because I am at work. But
Yeah.
it was a good show, and you hit a point that a lot of people in the black community actually suffer from, and they don't know it, that they're suffering from this, and that's what causes all these little young boys out here killing each other because they feel like they're the best, they're the big dog on the yard and stuff like that. So we have to look at some of the mental health issues that's
Mhm.
happening, and narcissism is happening big time that nobody talks about in the black community. That's why we have so many beefs.
Actually, narcissistic personality disorder, I think, is less than
Hmm.
15%. So when I look at all of these videos that are saying this person has narcissistic personality
Yeah.
disorder, and you're right,
Oh,
they're looking at people with confidence
yeah.
and they're saying they're narcissistic just because they're confident, and that's not true.
Hmm.
So it is actually not as prevalent as we think it is. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. When I see somebody that's quick to point the finger, you're a narcissist, you're a narcissist, you're a narcissist, I think you the fucking narcissist. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
every time you point one finger is always three pointing back at you. Always remember that. So you have to
Right.
do a lot of self, um, self looking at yourself before you start pointing the finger and labeling people, because your perception of one person is not actually what they can be perceived as. So a lot of stuff that's going on in the black community, and I also work in a ER facility, and I see a lot of kids getting killed. And what happened? Oh,
You
he
in
thought I
Atlanta?
was this, huh?
You in Atlanta, or you was the one
No,
that was
no,
in
I'm in
Savannah?
Chicago. I'm in
Oh, Chicago.
Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
in Chicago. Yeah, UIC,
I was
University of
gonna
Illinois in
say I
Chicago.
might have
Yeah.
came through your ER on some psychological shit, but I was just checking.
Well, you can self-diagnose yourself then. But other
Oh
than that,
shit,
it,
I've
it
had plenty
actually,
of doctors diagnose me, but not as narcissistic personality disorder. I got some other issues, but we ain't gonna
yeah,
talk about that right now.
yeah. But I all I have to do is say I applaud you, sister. It's good to see sister with some education and trying, put some education out here. And it's nothing but knowledge, and you got to share that knowledge. Everybody's going to have their own view of things, but it's about having that conversation and coming to a consensus to put a clear definition. So some of the lay people, not meaning that that means that they're ignorant, it's just that they might not know the medical terminology, or they might not know the subject matter, and we can just kind of break it down to layman's terms for some people. That's like me seeing a patient that comes in, and I'm way over their head with all this medical jargon. They'll look at me like I'm crazy. But I like the conversation. I think we need a lot more. We need a lot more.
Yeah, I agree. And once I can get these knuckleheads to understand that there's a difference between having traits of narcissism or
Okay.
enjoying attention and admiration and feeling like you're the shit, for lack, to be crass
Yeah.
about it, then we can have a conversation about confidence and stuff. But I like to try to meet people from their own place of understanding. And predominantly
Absolutely.
on the internet right now, if you watch the internet, you think 80% of us was narcissists. So that's
Hey,
why I try to
man,
argue
what you
from
telling?
that understanding and let people know that just because you might see certain traits, or you might see a person that sometimes enjoys the attention or feels like they're important in a situation, that is not dysfunction. And I'll agree with you. And I'll agree with them.
Yep.
I mean, I will meet them halfway and say, okay, those are traits of narcissism, but it's not dysfunctional. It's not
Yeah.
problematic. It's
Hey,
problematic
hey,
when it becomes excessive.
ain't nothing
Yeah.
wrong with shining in your own spotlight. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was good talking to you. I don't know if Chris is still on. He probably
Yeah,
still gone.
make sure you follow
Okay.
me. I like your brain. So make sure you follow me.
Okay, I will. And I've already hit
Thank you.
Chris up a couple times on here, so he always has some good topics, subject matter. So
Yeah,
let me
that's my
get back
boy.
to work, and I appreciate the conversation.
All right. And
I
thank you
appreciate the
for your service
platform.
out there doing that
And
thing, doing this
oh,
coronavirus too.
Because
Man,
baby, that
it's
I
rough.
would I
It's
hey
rough.
I did not go in the medical field for a reason because I come from a doctor's I'm in a family of doctors and nurses and stuff like that. I psychology and then I went right back and got my MBA for business because I applaud
Okay.
you because I probably would have switched that during this coronavirus. I ain't even gonna lie. I mean like I'm home,
All
y'all.
right.
F all y'all.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sorry, that's
absolutely.
so wrong.
Absolutely.
But thank you, my brother. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, my sister. All right. Have a good one. All right, Chris.
Chris pulling a Nicole Reloaded. Nicole Reloaded to leave her live in a minute and be right back. Want a family grind? Chris, where you at? Okay, so that's great. See, and this is what, and I actually like that the brother came on and he talked to us because one thing that I don't like in the Black community is when we feel like we gotta argue and we have to be right. And we was able to have a meeting of the minds and at least try to understand each other without the pettiness, without the disrespect, and this and that. And that's what intellectual people do. And I dig that kind of shit. That's what's up. He said Chris thirst trapping on Instagram. Wait, who thirst trapping on Instagram? I have no idea where Chris is at, but I'm taking over his live. Welcome to the Brain Nation. I am Mona Simone the Brain, hashtag Freddie's daughter, hashtag Madame Sir. This is now my show because Chris is not here. So what y'all want to talk about? Y'all throw out some topics. We could talk about them. I would share the live, but I'm scared to lose my volume because with this StreamYard app, if I leave the screen and go into YouTube, it won't allow me to talk to you guys again. So y'all throw up a topic. I could talk about just about anything.
I am so sorry to
Oh,
be
there
gone
you
so
go.
long. My bad.
That's okay.
Bad.
I said you getting like Nicole Reloaded. Nicole Reloaded will leave her live in a minute. She'd be like, "Be right back." Be all the way at the grocery store.
Well, actually, it was a good reason why I stepped off. I had a phone
Okay.
call, and
Okay.
I got a little business opportunity because, as y'all know, stuff getting ready to open all the way back up, and
Yeah.
I got to go to a meeting. You know what I'm saying? Somebody
That's
wants me
what's
to
up.
take over their whole situation at their club. So I'm gonna get off the live. I apologize, but it's been 4 hours. I think I just broke my own
Yeah.
record.
Right.
I'm
All right.
kind of
And y'all,
scared.
I'll be live later, so make sure y'all follow me. I'm gonna talk about this Doja Cat apology shit.
I was just getting ready to say, yeah, y'all need to definitely, if y'all ain't already following, go follow Mona Simone the Brain. Like she
Mm-hmm.
has some
I give
amazing
good
stuff.
brains.
Yes, she do. Yes, she
Mm-hmm.
do. I don't even. I
You
can't
better
even.
watch how you saying that. You're gonna get rumors started. They're gonna be like, Chris said she got good brains.
Got
They
some
got
good
something going
brain.
on.
She done gave Chris some brain. She ain't gave me no brain, y'all. But I'm gonna leave it just with the word but. But
Yeah.
yeah, like for real. I'm a what the fuck was I finna say? I'm wondering
Can
should I
black
even
love
leave this?
still be saved? I think so.
Yes. Hell yeah, it can. Hell, I
I
got
think
some black
so.
love right there in the bedroom right now. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna
And
ask you, do
damn,
you
you
think
got to go. Okay,
I was gonna no,
go
well,
ahead.
I'm gonna be back in a little while. Like I don't mind coming back live. I want to ask you though, do you think I
Okay.
should leave this live stream up or take it down?
Well, from what I've heard so far, you definitely should. Like, I believe that real conversation, regardless, sometimes you start off on a certain topic and you venture into other tangents. You absolutely should leave it up because if anybody is like me, I'll press play and put it in my pocket and be listening and doing other things. So let them listen. I think we talked about a lot of things that were important, that were good to hear. I think you should leave it up.
I'm talking about
I'm
from a
not
standpoint.
embarrassed
They'll
about
take it down.
anything I said.
I'm talking about from a YouTube
I mean,
standpoint.
fuck YouTube.
Sometimes they'll take it down. So
Fuck.
I'm gonna go
I
ahead and
don't think they're gonna take this one down.
I'm gonna leave it up and
Yeah,
see
leave
what
it
they
up.
do with it. And I appreciate y'all listening. Again, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget, we do accept donations at this church. Cash App is on the screen. We take $1 on up. Anything is everything to me. And
$1 to $1 million.
yeah, like whatever it is, I might be able to go get a sandwich, give me some for Chick-fil-A, give me some more Chick-fil-A points,
Mm-hmm.
anything.
And not only that, when you support your content creators, because keep in mind, we are normal people. We have regular jobs, 9 to 5 and everything. So we be busy trying to pay our bills. But when you support us, it allows us to come back to you more often and in our free time instead of us trying to make money in different avenues. So support us. Every dollar counts.
Yeah, it do. It really do. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go
And
ahead.
don't be shy.
Don't be
I'm going to
like I
drop
say,
out.
anything. Thank you, Mona. I appreciate you coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to go ahead and go down to this little meeting, y'all, because that business got to be handled. But again, I do appreciate everybody who came to watch. And shit, I'll be back later on. I might go live again later. I don't know. I didn't expect to be on here for this long today. I literally thought it'd be like 30 minutes, and them 30 minutes turned into 4 hours. So I appreciate y'all coming. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And y'all have a good day.